but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small road, B road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Okay, so welcome to the closing argument. We are coming to you live from Grand Bassa County, specifically the Care Africa Medical Foundation Health Center. And today we are here to have a tour of this facility. But first of all, let's talk to the administrator to throw light as it relates to the working of this facility. Hello and welcome to the closing argument.
Hello and welcome. I'm Raymond Arakasel. As you said, this is the Care Africa Medical Foundation Health Center. The health center was open to the public in May this year, 2025. And we started by providing free medical health services to the community, because the purpose of the health center actually, from the vision and idea of the founder, was to provide health services to the underserved community. And being that she has lived in this community for some time, she decided to return and at least help people of Grand Bassa.
My name is Ricky Alamade. I'm the lab supervisor of Care Africa. And in this lab here, we do a lot of tests. This is our collection site. We have various departments in the lab. We have our collection site where when the patient comes in, they have the seat. We work on them, we collect the lab form from them, and then we collect their sample. And we take it to we have the centrifuge, which is on the other side there where we spin our sample and take it to this department here where this is our chemistry analyzer where we do our liver function, kidney function, lipid. And this is another analyzer here where we do the thyroid test to check for cancer. We do the PSA, the prostate cancers, and we do the sugar test also. And this is our ESR machine, our CBC, this is a complete blood count, where we do the entire body scanning. This is our fridge, our blood bank, where we place our blood for transfusion. And we have our reagents here for our chemistry machines. This is our laptop and our printer for our results, where the machines are put all the results, we do the printing of our results and give our results. And I can assure you with Care Africa, with this lab here is one of the best labs within Grand Bassa County, because in terms of structures and a lot of tests that we do in this place, I don't see any lab in this Grand Bassa. So with this lab, you can come and do all your body checkup, and your health problem can be solved with this facility and this lab, because we do all body tests, we do any test you think about, we do in this facility.
My name is Omaria Skate here. We do inpatient here. There is an ER when you bring our emergency patient. We receive the patient here. When we get to receiving the patient, when the patient is stable, we get another department on our side, peace ward there, where we put the children, the other ward. We even get a recovery room on our side when the patient is more stable to be discharged. Then we get a female ward there too. The male ward also. So we do a lot of things here. And another important thing we do here, if you don't have the money, we don't prioritize the money. Patient first, the money last. Typical example with a student that just come in here right now as an emergency. She's lying in bed. Yeah, she came. The parents is not around. The institution just brought her, but we're carrying out the entire process. Money last. That is the motive of Care Africa.
My name is Venus Enima from the Salvation Army Primary Booth in New Buchanan Block A. I was on campus writing my text. After writing my text, my friend sprayed in a class. I said, I smell the spray saying I feel off. First, the people look at me, they ask me for money, they treat me well, and now I'm going through.
I can't gentlemen, this is Jerome Gayman, your host. Today is the 29th of October, 2026. Is that what it is? Nope, 2025. Don't catapult yourself into a new year. It's not that fast, not that quick. We are here to bring you information, update you on politics, on global issues, on topics that are of interest to you. Do us a favor, share this show. If it's 5 p.m. here on the East Coast, it has to be 9 p.m. in the Republic of Liberia. We want to say hello to our friends on Truth FM, Care Radio, and all of our friends on YouTube and the social media, Facebook, wherever you are getting us from. Thank you for tuning in. There's a lot going on, as it was announced yesterday. At some point in this broadcast, we're going to be hosting one of the premier thinkers of our time, who does it through comedy. His name is D. Curtis. He's going to be out here to give us his perspective on politics, on culture, on entertainment, as he sees it. D. Curtis is going to be our guest. But in the meantime, we want to admonish you, advise you, warn you that the 2nd of November, we are going to be rolling our clocks, our time back. They call it, I guess, it's daylight saving time. We are going to be falling back in the fall. And then in the spring, we will spring forward. So November 2nd, set your clock. You're going to be gaining an extra hour of sleep. Daylight saving time on the 2nd of November. Now let me look at what the 2nd will be. The 2nd is going to be next Tuesday. This coming Tuesday will be the 2nd of November. You have to set your clock back 1 hour. It's called daylight saving time. Why you think it's going to save you some time, the folks in Liberia will not know what time it is here. So they will be calling you all times of the night. 3 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock. They have no sense of time. You wake you up and say, oh, my man, you still sleeping? But they're walking around. But we'd like to talk politics today, too, to some degree. I want to know, those of you who were condemning Liberia's acceptance of our cousin Garcia being deported to the Republic of Liberia. Some of you were saying, what do we get in return? What if I told you that those of you that have gone to the U.S. Embassy every year, some every 6 months, some every year, some 3 months, to get a visa to the United States? What if I told you that because of the negotiation and because of the give and take, in diplomacy. We are hearing some things that are happening that will benefit the Liberian people. Will you trade that in to keep Garcia out of the country? Remember, in 1980, if you were a student of history, it was Ronald Reagan that says Liberia and America they have a unique relationship. Even though it is lopsided, obviously so. But he says something that stood out and still stands. He says, America has no permanent friends, but permanent interests. Today, you could be in the dungeons of the United States. And tomorrow, you could be at the White House. Latest examples, let's go to Syria. The president of Syria was once a terrorist. The United States had $25 million bounty on his head. Today, he's one of our best friends. Why do I say this? Let's look at what's coming out of Washington for the Republic of Liberia. It said U.S. extend visa validity for Liberians, travelers up to 36 months, that's 3 years. Three years. The decision follows a meeting between Liberia Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sylvester Pewee, and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Washington, D.C. in October. The United States government has announced an extension of visa facility for several non-immigrant visa NIV categories for Liberian citizens. According to an official update, the revised visa reciprocity schedule for Liberia takes immediate effect, extending the validity period from B1, the business, B2, tourism, B1, B2, business tourism combined visas from 12 months to 36 months. The announcement notes that there will be no change in visa fees, which remain at zero under the reciprocity agreement. The new policy allows multiple entries into the United States within 3 years period. The United States State Department confirmed that the updated reciprocity table will soon be reflected on its official website, travel.state.gov. The move is expected to strengthen travel, business, and people-to-people ties between Liberia and the United States, making it easier for Liberians to engage in trade, tourism, and other short-term visits without frequent visits and standing in line for renewals. This development aligns Liberia's visa reciprocity period with that of several other African nations, underscoring Washington's continued commitment to fostering stronger bilateral relations with Monrovia. The decision follows a meeting between Liberia Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sylvester Pewee, and the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Washington, D.C. in this October. A few pictures you saw lately. Following the meeting, Minister Pewee disclosed that migration and mobility framework feature permanently in the discussion. She highlighted progress made on the Liberia Presidential Task Force on U.S. immigration issues, which have been addressing long-standing visa and migration challenges. Liberia, she noted, has long offered 3-year visas to American citizens. But since the Civil War, the United States has restricted visas for Liberians to a maximum of 1 year. In response, Secretary Rubio confirmed the United States' intention to restore full visa reciprocity across several categories, acknowledging Liberia's reform efforts and its commitment to transparent and equitable migration practices. Guys, we are talking politics. We are talking diplomacy. We are talking reciprocity. Reciprocity means you scratch my back, I scratch your back. If I wash your back, wash your own belly. You take Garcia for me, I gave you 3-year visa. Reciprocity, give and take. Give and take. You give up something and you gain something. Now it is left with the Liberian populace to determine whether we gave away too much and getting little, or for our little gesture of accepting Mr. Garcia, it was worth it. Now we are going to be selling millions in visa fees. We are going to save ourselves the grief and the belittlement of going to the embassy every 3 months, every 6 months, just to leave the country. And then they give you visa today, and in 3 months' time, they deny you again. What did they see in the first 3 months for which they gave you visa? And 3 months later, nothing have changed. They deny you. Now we are saying here, Joseph Boakai, this administration has scored a home run on this one. If you are given a visa to come to the United States, some will get up to 3-year visa. Let me see who among us will say that is not a good deal. On the second note here, the sleeping giant awakened. Liberia regained full membership in UN tourism after 3 years absence. After more than a decade of dormancy, Liberia has officially regained full membership in the United Nations World Tourism Organization, UN Tourism, marking a historic return to the global tourism community and reaffirming the government's commitment to reviving the sector as a driver of inclusive growth and national renewal. This milestone followed years of inactivity due to unfulfilled obligations, but it has now been reversed. Through deliberate reforms and renewed leadership under President Joseph Boakai Sr., guided by his arrest agenda, which prioritizes tourism as a catalyst for economic diversification, Boakai has reawakened what he once described as Liberia's sleeping giant. That's good news. Liberia re-enters the stage. You can't take that away from him. You got to give it to him. On another note, President Boakai's sudden sacking of top officials stirred anxiety and public curiosity. That's the front page of Front Page Africa. President Joseph Boakai has in recent months embarked on an uncharacteristic wave of dismissal across key sectors of his administration without offering any public proclamation or explanation. The dismissal has reportedly left cabinet members and agency heads uncertain about their fate, with many insiders describing the atmosphere in the government as it is from today, very tense and fearful. Well, guys, if you are doing your work, you shouldn't be afraid of anything. There is no reason to fear but fear itself. On another note, Liberia's parliament ranked low in Africa as NAMOD lists pledged reform to boost transparency and institutional visibility. The pro-democracy group NAMOD, Partners of Democracy Development, has expressed deep disappointment over Liberia's poor ranking of 25th out of 33 African countries in a recent parliamentarian performance assessment. The poor performance by the country's biggest lawmaking body is blamed on the lack of institutional transparency and visibility within the national legislature. Speaking at a one-day partnership forum with the Legislative Information, LSO, at the Capitol building seat of the Liberia Legislature, NITMO Executive Director Eddie D. Nyenwolo said Liberia's position was embarrassing, given that the country's lawmakers are among Africa's best paid and serve some of the continent's longest term. We are ranked 25 out of 33 worst performing legislative democracy in Africa. On another note, experts warn National Port Authority fraud allegations threaten investors' confidence in the Republic of Liberia. We discussed that yesterday. This news was broken here by Tomalin Josh. Liberia investment climate faces renewed scrutiny following allegations of fraud and criminal deception against the managing director of the Port Authority, Mr. Sekou Dukle. Chinese investor Yang Den has accused the National Port Authority boss on unlawfully seizing control of his multi-million-dollar mineral water enterprise and misappropriating over $3 million US intended for joint business venture in the Republic of Liberia. The accusation has sent shockwave through the nation's business and political cycles, rekindling concerns about transparency, governance, and the treatment of foreign investors in the Republic of Liberia. Speaking to protesters near his factory along the Bombing Highway, Mr. Yang described what he called a calculated abuse of power that left him locked out of his company. Sekou denied me access to my own factory and kicked me out overnight, he said, alleging that police officers under Mr. Dukle's influence forcibly removed me from the premises. Yang claimed he invested over $2.5 million into a mineral water bottling plant and an additional $1 million towards a mining venture that never materialized. He further alleged that a significant portion of the funds were diverted from Mr. Dukle's personal use, including luxury purchases and private property renovations. Mr. Dukle is reportedly under police investigation for alleged fraud and criminal deception. Repeated attempt to obtain comments from both the MPA managing director and Liberian National Police are proving unsuccessful as of press time, according to Front Page Africa. This story is not going away. It has gained international attention. Ex-Speaker Kofa, Representative Bility, warned against controversial Atlas Oranto ordeal in letter to the lawmakers. A storm is brewing in the corridors of Liberian legislature as two prominent lawmakers, former Speaker J. Fonati Kofa and Representative Honorable Musa Hassan Bility, have raised alarm over what they describe as a corrupt and dangerous oil agreement between the government of Liberia and Atlas Oriental Petroleum, calling for its immediate rejection. In a strongly worded communication addressed to the chairpersons of the Committee on Hydrocarbons, Sam P. Jala, Investment and Concession for the Family, and Judiciary Johnson Williams, the two lawmakers urged few moments in our colleagues to return to the deal in the executive branch, citing a troubling history of corruption, lack of transparency, and the company's inability to fulfill its contractual obligations. Few moments in our sojourn as legislators will require us to stand up vigorously for the future of this country and the judgment of our history. We are afraid one of these times is now, the letter said. The checkered history of Oriental, Speaker Kofa and Representative Ability reminded the colleagues that Oriental Petroleum, a Nigerian-owned company, was previously granted 3 oil blocks, LB11, LB12, and LB14 in 2007, under controversial circumstances, according to the report by ProPublica, Global Witness, and Forbes. The transaction violated U.S. Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, FCPA, and was marred by bribery and fraud. Oriental allegedly made over $150 million after flipping the oil block to Chevron through a straw man, the Canadian Overseas Petroleum Ltd. Limited, COPL, without drilling a single well or making any tangible investment in the Republic of Liberia. If it looks like a corruption, quacks like corruption, and smells like corruption, it must be corruption, the lawmakers wrote, suggesting that any renewed engagement with Oriental raises serious ethical and legal concern. That is coming out of our house based on historical context. What has happened in the past? President Joseph Boakai departs Liberia for official state visits to France to hold talks with President Macron. We also visited United Arab Emirates. Sano County will sue the government of Liberia if the hummingbird deal is passed into the legislature based solely on majority votes. Senator Creighton O'Duncan, Sano County at legislative process pool inauguration. The county of Sano will sue the Republic of Liberia if everything is based on simply majority vote. Former President Ellen Johnson's 87th birthday. It's coming up. War and economic crimes and corruption courts are coming very soon as lawmaker Jala submits a bill to separate the War and Economic Crime Court as 2 courts. The War and Crime Court should be separated from the Economic Crime Court, and I agree with him. In another note, the EPA unveiled Liberia's first mangrove inventory to power sustained growth. We discussed that briefly, and the headline read, Liberia has taken a landmark step toward protecting its coastal and marine ecosystem with the launch of its first national mangrove inventory, the cornerstone initiative under the government Blue Ocean Program designed to boost the country's emerging blue economy, that's tourism. Boakai's silent shakeup while really dry pays dismissal. We will go into that. Senator Sarah's call for cancellation of contact deal. That's another very important one. It says today in the Republic of Liberia, Senator Cyrus, as President Joseph Yuma Boakai-led government continues to pour resources in an effort to salvage the troubling economic challenges, as well as ensure the security of Liberians, and all other residents within the borders of the country remain tight. There are concerns about some concessions, which appears to be detrimental rather than productive. One such deal now under the spotlight is the printing of resident permits by a foreign company known as Contact Global Liberia Ltd. Contact Global is a subsidiary of UK-based Indian company Contact Global. In the strong water communication to plenary of the Senate, Lofa County Senator Momo T. Saro, who is the chairman of the Senate Committee on National Defense, Security, Intelligence, and Veteran Affairs, called the immediate cancellation of the resident permit digitization agreement between the government of Liberia and Contact Global Ltd, citing massive revenue losses, non-performance, and national security risks. The EPA MCC partners launched pilot project to transform waste management in Liberia. The reason I didn't go into this is because it is an MOU, and this government has signed thousands of MOU, and nothing comes out of that. And finally, Ms. Grace Garguah Southern Exit raises question about CMC's leadership and transparency. It says here, the sudden resignation of Madam Grace Garguah, USA-Canada diaspora chairperson of the Citizen Movement for Change, CMC, has sent shockwaves through the Liberian political landscape. The announcement made in a press release on Sunday, October 26, offered no explanation for her departure, leaving political observers and the public demanding answers from the young political movement. The CMC described Madam Grace as an integral part of the movement formative journey, praising the leadership, commitment, and role in building a vibrant diaspora chapter. The statement highlights her integrity, her independence, thinking, but stopped short of clarifying why one of the most was sacked or removed or resigned. These are the topics. Let me go to Myean, the young graduates. We look forward to graduation on Friday. We're going to be seeing you walk across the stage. With our diploma, finally, you will become a grown man. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman. It's a pleasure to be here once again on the closing argument. Always to inform the Liberian people about the day-to-day happenings within our country and its surrounding. Once again, it is my pleasure to be back on the show.
Excellent, excellent.
You gonna crack? Okay.
Yeah. The president's departure to France and then on his way to the UAE. Senator Duncan threatening lawsuit to sue the Republic of Liberia. I was a little shocked to have heard the senator say he will sue if the vote is taken strictly based on majority rule, but the Senate democracy call for majority rule. So how can he sue someone for if the majority if the majority win, he will sue them? So what? Where in the world have I heard minority win? So Honorable Pewee, I picked this one because to me it becomes it's somehow comical, right? You say, let's take it to a vote. And if you in the Senate and you are not able to convince your colleagues on your side of the aisle to vote along, then you go sue the guy who won for winning. You say, I will sue you if majority carry the vote. Where have you? Let's see, Liberia is a strange place. Liberia has never ceased to amaze. A senator, lawmaker, saying if your vote according to the majority vote, I will sue you. You're taking this one. Let's just this is midweek. This is middle of the week.
It's just like Yeah, the man go say, hey, you pay me my salary this month. I'll go to the Supreme Court and sue you for paying my salary because I work for you.
And pay me on time too.
Yeah, you pay me on time, pay my salary. I'll go to the Supreme Court and say you pay me on. Sometimes, and that's part of the intent. I don't know what he meant if he said he going to court, but he meant basically he going to court on the basis of people because that's the business of the legislature. That's legislative politics. You have to fit into that's two conditionalities we have. One would be either vote yea nay vote, right? And then the majority in the yea nay process is both yea the majority nay, so that means both of those we will have to go through. But the rubber rule of legislative politics is very clear and is stated in that already. So sometimes we all will come back, Mr. Gayman, and say as part of the reason why we sometimes caution the adequacy and the preparedness of most of our lawmakers in terms of understanding the rudimentary concept of lawmaking and moving on, because that is a clear doctrine. The element of the majority versus the minority vote in the legislature is very cardinally important. It is in keeping with democratic tendency in terms of the rubber rule of legislative politics. So the rubber rule in the legislative politics is clear. It's very broad as to how the parliament functions, if you will. I'm talking about parliamentarian way of behaving. So I don't know, probably that lawmaker may even want to go back and say he want to take people to court for voting for him. And you say, I'm not happy with the people. I got to sue them for voting for me, if you will. But that's just part of that. I wouldn't be surprised if he were to move to the court and file that lawsuit that he's voting against his constituents for voting in office. But a lot of things, a lot of big things happening, Mr. Gayman. I heard you saying some things about, there are some big unfolding events in terms of what our uncle and my uncle is doing. Uncle Fallow.
Well, I want to say this. Guys, if you are just joining us, share the show. Tell someone else to come and join the show. For those of you who are Unity partisans, they always say that we come out here to bash the president. I have always said it. If you don't want us to discuss you, then don't get in the news.
Yeah.
But when you get in the news, we'll discuss it. And when you are in the news for the right reason, we have to discuss it. Now, let's talk about global politics. For those of you who are new to this, and the question is, this one is a big one. U.S., after meeting Marco Rubio, we're making fun of everybody and all of that. We have our cousin Garcia is coming. And then right after that, I knew all of you were upset what we getting out of this. Why? Then the bombshell dropped. The United States extend visa to 36 months, 3 years for Liberians. This have not happened since the war. That's 20-some more years. 2 decades going on. The decision follows a meeting between Liberia Minister of Foreign Affairs, Sarah Beslow-Unati, and U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio in Washington little earlier this month. According to an official update, the revived visa reciprocity schedule for Liberia takes immediate effect, extending the validity period of B1, business visa, B2, tourism, B1 and B2 combined as a tourism and business visa from 12 months to 36 months. And to put a cherry on the cake, it said the announcement notes that there will be no additional fees. 0. The new policy allows multiple entries into the United States within the 3-year period. The U.S. Department of State confirmed that the updated reciprocity table will soon be reflected on its official website, travel.state.gov. The move is expected to strengthen travel, business, and people-to-people ties between Liberia and the United States, making it easier for Liberians to engage in trade, tourism, and other short-term visits without frequent visa renewal. My friend, those of you who say we don't praise the president, this news is so big that we have to put it as #1 subject to discuss in my book. And then right after that, sleeping giant awakened. Liberia regained full membership in the U.S. tourism. After 13 years of absence, after more than a decade of dormancy, Liberia has officially regained full membership in the United Nations World Tourism Organization, UN Tourism, marking a historic return to the global tourism community and reaffirming the government's commitment to reviving the sector as a driver of inclusive growth and national renewal, as according to the arrest agenda. I don't know where you want to begin. Maybe we should wait until everybody comes so we can brag on the uncle, or we can begin the process. But let's begin a teaser here.
Okay.
Let's begin with, I'm going to ask you and the young man on this show, the future belongs to him. We are going to bequeath to you. You were born in a 12-month visa era. We are bequeathing to you now, as you graduate from high school, the Joseph Human Worker is giving you a gift. Now you can travel and don't have to worry about visa for 36 months, 3 years. So the question is, if they say you take Garcia for us, and we gave you basically unlimited entry to the country, 3 years before you go back, will you say no? Keep Garcia and your entry visa. Let me stay in this country and die under poverty. I shouldn't go to school. I shouldn't advance myself. I shouldn't travel. I shouldn't see family. Is that a dilemma? I don't think it is. I think it's an easy call for me. Let me go to the young man first. Myean.
Yes.
If I were to tell you that I give you a choice, please take Garcia from my hand, and I give you 36 months visa, will you say no, Mr. America, keep your Garcia and keep your visa? We don't want to come to your country. We don't want to go to school. We don't want to. You tell me, which one will you take?
Mr. Gayman, in the first place, for our country right now, even if you tell any Liberians that I will sponsor you to go Guinea or Sierra Leone, they will prefer that opportunity than living into Liberia, because of the kind of environment they find themselves in. Is because of the kind of situation we are facing. Because you cannot say a young person coming out of high school and then there's no job, no opportunity to go to school. Nowadays, some parents can encourage their students, say, if you graduate from high school, go learn trade. They will not encourage you to go to university, because the first thing will come to the mind, there's no money, number one. Two, if you go into university, how will you sustain yourself? Because if you in university, everyone know that, yes, the person is going to university. They don't know what you'll be paying, like a transportation, feeding, whatever. They don't get time for it. The only thing they will be responsible for is just to pay your fees for you to go to university.
Yeah, but Myean, the question I'm asking you, if I ask you, if American kid will say, Myean, take Garcia for me, and I give you 3 month visa. You can come to school. You can come to see your family. You can visit. You can do this. Which one will you take? Will you say no? And I want to come to America.
I'll take the offer, Mr. Gayman.
Eh?
I'll take the offer.
Aha. Pewee. Garcia or no Garcia?
Yeah.
that is the question. That Shakespeare would say that.
There will have to be. There will always have to be. Even if there were no Garcia, I'm going to find out. I said, do we have some Garcia case?
That's right. We need more Garcia.
If they have not asked, it would listen. And I said this again the last time. Folks didn't understand the power. No country in the world, no country, even the powerful country that we consider the rich country, that are considered also developed country, really, they find a way to be in the good spotlight of this country.
When you're looking at what happened in Japan,
absolutely. And I was just going there.
The woman brought a crown.
I was going there. Japan is one of the richest country on earth.
Yeah.
And you saw the Japanese leader, the first female prime minister of that country. You know, sometimes we Liberians, we are a peculiar set of people. And due to our peculiarity, so that it leaves people with the option to say, we allow politics to sometimes temper with our reasoning, if you will. If we were to come and say things, so the reality is, we'll do that. It's not the government, the grand responsibility. The government got no option. There's no government on earth want to be in the bad book of this country. So even if there are no Garcia, right, we're going to find me who say, do you have a case like Garcia? Bring it to us. Even if they have not asked. So the opportunity, there's no government. I haven't seen it. And we still live and see today, one of our former president that was considered one of the powerful and fearless person in the country said the greatest mistake he ever made, and that led to his presidency coming apart because he didn't listen to this one. He challenged it. He didn't listen to Washington. There was a time I can remember I was listening to the news. I used to follow him very closely. As a young piggy, he was pumping the what he was speaking from that day out of my office. You could hear it from the microphone. This is not the time that you would take phone from Washington and call and say, we do. Yeah, it was still up. Then he challenging President Clinton. And eventually, when Bush came, you know, what the Democrat can take, the Republican can't take it, you know. Yeah, so Bush said, hey, they both need to go.
Yeah.
And that was the end. So you cannot challenge this country. So the Garcia thing, on a serious note, and it's one thing we always want to come and sit. We will always try to find the opportunity. You see now, the Garcia debate came out. We didn't object. They have now, the last time when Ghana and other countries started, they extended our visa validity to 36 months.
Yep, from 12 months.
From 12 months to 36 months. That's the beginning. The next thing, I won't be surprised. Listen, we always have to leverage our foreign policy instrument. What do you have? You don't have reserve kind of a deposit like for now that have been identified that all go or doing. So what you have is part of leveraging your foreign policy instrument is what you can give in return and you get something. The fact that we were waiting to even accept Garcia, it was something that we're trying to leverage, and that played very positively for us. So what we have to do now is to begin the process to deepen this engagement with the United States. Listen, our relationship has subsisted for almost 200 years. What we have to do now is to begin the process of going more deeper. The next target, I want to believe the government should take more time to push for this compact. Probably you may just get past it.
The contract, I mean the compact. From what I'm seeing here,
the compact. Yes,
I think our chances just went up.
Very much so. So listen, and you know, sometimes some of us look beyond the way other people want to look at it from the foreign policy perspective. I knew very well. That's why I said the last one. I said there's no government in Liberia will ever reject that. And if I were president, I would not even wait for them to ask me. I would tell them I'm waiting to take him. And I will also tell them, and I said it last time, right? I will tell them this thing. So the government won't do that. Listen, will that cause anything? That's diplomacy. You have to leverage something to get something. If you don't have anything, listen, it's not going to be 100% free. The reason why Liberia at the time was very paramount, were very strategic to global politics and the geopolitics in Africa. You know, at the time we had a lot of things unfolding. We had one of the powerful towers planted in our country.
The Omega Tower.
The Omega Tower. That was a serious foreign policy instrument that we had at the time. We operated with seriously. And, and due to that, and also if you went back to World War II, our airport was a logistic base. So you always would need this country to have something in your country, and then it will push them to do more things for you. So if I listen to the guy, no, the other people from the other side, they won't bring criminal. Come on, what won't make him do to our country? Because I can't play. We just taking him pains. So I was go beginning with discipline. You come to yourself. They go. They may bring again people. Then they come on, man. You did that, bro. Either you there bring people and other thing. The man will come in after you. Would they let him be vulnerable or just pass open it? No, the country is not going to do that. So I mean, there's a lot of things we're going to see, and the fact that we have 36-month visa to come to this country is a good thing. Now, many people try to misinterpret. This does not necessarily mean that no, it's going to be the same pattern they used before to get the 12 month. But if you are qualified to get it this time around, it's going to be for 36 months. As you said, it's going to save plenty of money.
Yep. And to Kari K Pewee, that's his name or her name here. Listen, you got to do the right thing. Yes, Canada gave 5 to 10-year visa. So what? We are not Canadians. We are Americans, and you have to be grateful.
Who Canada give me 10-year visa to? 10-year visa, you said?
Yeah, see here where the person is saying Canada gave 5 to 10 years. Well, this is not Canada. We are not Canadians. And even if America gave 5 years and gave us 3 years, 36 months, it's better than what we were getting. In fact, a triple. So what's the big deal? Be grateful. Where this came from, if we manage it well and do well, now we could go now and push it to 5 years and say, Mr. President, you said Liberia overstayed a visa, and Liberia did this, Liberia. In the last 5 years, when we went to 36 months, Liberia don't stay anymore, and here are the data. We need 5 years now. Everything has to be data-driven. So this was a major win for our foreign minister. I would say I live in the state of Florida, and I know the power of the criminal, the penal industry, the penal code, the penal system. I mean, you name it. If you build one facility that hosts about 100 folks, you are talking about millions of dollars coming into your economy. When they build the correctional facilities, you get 200-300 folks working, making good wages, benefits, retirement. The correction system pays a lot of money. You don't hear people escape the American correctional system and they're roaming all over the place. They downtown Miami, they all on the beaches. You don't hear that. So this thing about one man or criminals coming to Liberia and all of a sudden they will take over the country, that is a fallacy. Build the correction facility in Bassa. We want it there. Bring in that $200 million annually that pays good salaries, good benefits.
Yeah.
We got 4 shifts. People working 24/7. The agricultural business is going because we got to feed these folks. We buy cassava, we buy rice, we buy everything you can buy a year round. We're not talking about rainy season. We're not going to, no. We want to feed these people 24/7. We're going to have people working in the cafeteria, nutrition, sanitation, lawn maintenance, laundry. I mean, you name it. They got a whole university from high school to university that people get law degrees. People get degrees while they are in college. So our educated folks can be teaching, making good money paid by the United States. So what's wrong about that? Now, one guy just going to get up from district number 5 in Grand Bassa County and go all the way to Lofa to just go commit crime, go sell drugs or starting gang. How does that work? So guys, think. If Liberia doesn't do it, somebody else is going to do it. Gabon began to do it. From day one, they didn't sugarcoat it. Right out of the man's office, he put his hat on. He said, Gabon will take advantage of this. We have oil, we have everything else, but we can use more money. Gabon, you don't hear nothing about Gabon anymore because he cut to the chase. We want this opportunity, we're going to take it.
Oh, yeah.
And Liberia, here we are beating around the bush, and finally we are right back to where we began. And what I'm saying, like you said yesterday, the former president said, if your dream doesn't scare you, it's not big enough. We don't want one Garcia. We want 500 Garcias.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said bring more.
Bring more Garcias. We want to incarcerate them. We want to build a system. We want to get money. We want our people to get paid. We want them to get health care. We want them to get benefit. We want to get retirement, as long as Liberia doesn't manage that. Because I don't want my retirement going to NASCAR and Van Mambus, wherever the name is, sitting in Ghana drinking champagne and sending my money to a buddy somewhere. We don't want that. We want a complete solid system. So listen, man, there was a big win for the Republic of Liberia for Joseph Boakai, and I have to give it to your department. This is your area. It's coming from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Oh yeah, the Foreign Ministry. We still member of that August institution, if you will.
Yes.
But I think this current foreign minister is actually making some very good big point. And this is an extraordinary win for the president, one, because he's the head of the foreign policy. He's the head of the foreign policy of the country. The Constitution, Article 57 said the president is the chief foreign policy architect of the country. Then his point person is the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Dean of the Cabinet of the Republic of Liberia. I think Minister Yanti, Cyril Beslo Yanti, they're doing a spectacular job, and we have to commend her for that, deploying all the level of shuttle diplomacy. She's moving from here, there, and engaging in terms of we're getting some return. And this is spectacular on a serious note. We have to admit that Liberians, home and abroad, across the globe, we have to commend this government that what is unfolding in the country is something that we have to tap into. It's going to benefit every Liberian. This is I would love to call it a kind of a bipartisan win, right? So it's going to be a win for the CDC, the win for the United Party, win for the ANC, win for all Liberians, if you will. So everyone's going to benefit from this, and we have to also push the foreign minister to engage more. There's not all to it. We also got, I think we got some big victory from the level of the Security Council also.
Yes.
The level of Security Council, we're now going to be we're going to chair a very strategic committee on the sanction committee of the Security Council. And that sanction committee is going to be looking at sanctioning people. Look at us a few years ago, we were a country that was sanctioned.
Yeah.
Now we're not chairing a committee to sanction others. You see, so things improving. We're moving from we all departed from being considered a pariah state, a failed state. Now we're part of the Committee of Nations. We're not part of the Committee of Nations because to be part of the Committee of Nations, you will be given some task, some responsibility to perform. We're going to chair this strategic Security Council committee for Sudan. And I think they're going to be Sudan, the DR Congo, and then we co-chair the DR Congo, but for Sudan we're going to chair and to see those that committed atrocity against innocent civilians, those that are that did some things that involve in things that are unacceptable and inimical towards the United Nations Code of Administering Peace globally. We will now play a major role in sanctioning some of those people so that they will pay for whatsoever they have done to innocent civilians, if you will. So this is a good news for the country. This project, a very wonderful foreign policy engagement. This is speaking to our major foreign policy credentials. Our foreign policy credentials is expanding. Our foreign policy credential is now on. We're now engaging with powerful countries. If the United States can ask us personally to get involved with the issue about this thing about illegal people coming and how we can help the world most powerful country in doing those things, particularly if Trump came to this country. And you don't have to like the President Trump, but Trump administered what we want to call a system that sealed the border. There were a lot of leakages, right? He came there now, before we used to see like 60,000 people entering this country a day. Did it. That's what I'm saying. Did it. Today, zero. Today, zero. From where I went to school first in this place, when I came into this country for the first time, when I went to school, when I came on a student visa, that state is one of the states that was seeing the high number, Arizona, high number, just from across from there, from Tucson, from the Tucson, from the Nimas, from the Yuma, other areas. You know, they have a very wide range of.
Did you say Tucson, the Grand Gillette coming right?
And you know, it was shocking to note the Grand Gillette planted there.
Yeah.
You know, we got a very big Gregorian population in Arizona, but they are bulk of them were found. So, you know, and they found home is far away from home, and that's the exact It's a beautiful area, beautiful city, right? And it's there in Arizona and all of things. So that is it. Today, Mr. Gayman, we should celebrate this.
Look,
board of politics.
No, but we got to be honest, because you know we have beat up on this woman on this all of our platform when she didn't do so well. The fiasco in Ghana, the scholarship from Ghana, all the stuff that went wrong, we beat up on her, right? Now she has scored. You got to give it to her. This one is huge. So we got to talk so, give credit where credit is due. This is a major win. But let's look at the second one here. A young man, when Mr. D. Curry comes on anytime, just bring him on, and we'll be ready to go. Hopefully, the rest of the guys can join before. This one says, Sleeping Giant Awakening. Liberia regained full membership in UN tourism after 13 years. After more than a decade of dormancy, Liberia has officially regained full membership in the United Nations World Tourism Organization, UN Tourism, marking a historic return to the global tourism community and reaffirm the government's commitment to reviving the sector as a driver for inclusive growth and national renewal. It went on to say, this milestone followed years of inactivity due to unfulfilled obligations, but it has now been reversed through deliberate reforms and renewed leadership under President Joseph Boakai Sr., guided by his arrest agenda, which prioritizes tourism as a catalyst for economic diversification. President Boakai has reawakened what he once described as Liberia's sleeping giant. We are back. This is another win for the foreign ministry. We are back on the world stage, Pewee.
Absolutely, and I think we have to. I would have to go defeat it and tap the power and take it to Uncle. I say, Uncle, thank you. This is a power.
You're not gonna give me the power. I'm here reading the news and digging the good news. You're gonna give me no power.
Before I get the power to the Uncle, you're gonna taste it before you present it.
So if I go belly up, the Uncle said no, I don't want it.
Yeah. But on the most serious note, the what we now pushing is important thing. To get the country moving, with a lot of things we have to do, open the country up first and foremost. And the game we started playing first, it's important that we initiate that. And the country you always have to have people that can be a kind of extended representation of the country, because and what she's doing as the Minister of Foreign Affairs is important also because of your role is important in getting the country connected to a lot of things. You can unravel and unlock a lot of opportunities, if you will. So I think the foreign minister will have to go, and she have to continue on this. The fact that I suspect she's in gear 3 now, I will hope that she just push to gear 4. That she remain in the running gear. She shouldn't go back to 1 before that. She's now in 3, and I will hope that she push to 4 and then get the speed moving and get things done. so that the country representation would be unquote. And the president himself, I think there's a good foreign policy objective here we try to push. And how can we protect this foreign policy project that we're trying to project? The objective that we're trying to project here is that we keep the country moving. Our major foreign policy instrument going to remain the same, the non-interference policy and economic diplomacy. That is important. How can we blend the economic diplomacy with partnership building? And that's one of the things the foreign minister is trying to engage with, blending to economic diplomacy with that of partnership building. How do you leverage that? Yes, we listened. We had some negotiation. We're talking about migrant diplomacy. Is the migrant diplomacy paying some attention, getting us to get involved? Yes, we did that. And when the discussion came about, we engaged in a more diplomatic way in terms of leveraging our soft diplomatic policy. Soft diplomacy is very important in terms of these things and having a negotiation. As we move towards these things, we can leverage this now in getting a lot of other things to tap into the country. A lot of things going to be tapped into. So our strategic partnership will have to move beyond a lot of things. The government officials, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, of the NRC here, other strategic area. Another area now the country can focus on also is the mining sector. And that's one of the reasons I got that the president dismissed the former minister because he was inefficient. He was not kind of a proficient kind of a minister that would perform his tasks accordingly. So the president have to let him go because of those things. So it is now, we hope that the new minister will be robust, proactive, and try to tap into most possibility of saying that you push the country to bring a lot of things. The mining sector is important. I'm told today, Mr. Gayman, that the former minister of Lands, Mines, and Energy is someone that I respect a lot, very smart politically, but they say he didn't visit one mining site since he was minister almost 2 years ago. One, he didn't visit one of those areas. He didn't. So that's not a good thing. As the sector here, you have to engage and get things going. So listen, we love to see the country move on, and that's my politics. I wouldn't just wish the country bad luck because no, it's just like somebody in the relationship with somebody else and say, I want that person to fall. No, it's not a good thing. That's a counterproductive way of thinking. The best way to do is if everyone is striving, making some success thing in life, there's an opportunity and possibility that will spread across. So if the country is benefiting from these things, I don't have to personally benefit from. I have my family that will benefit, my friends will benefit, and my fellow compatriots, the Republic of Liberia citizens, and those that are within the bitter weight of the Republic can also benefit from these things. So it is a good thing to do. If you now reside in Liberia, trust me, even if you're not a Liberian, but you live in Liberia, whenever you apply to the U.S. Embassy of Benson Street, you will remember and recall, and then they will give you, the day my nephew come here again, the last time my nephew came to give me 1 year, the day nephew Johnny coming to see a cattle people, boom! 3 years. And they met, and more or less they met a cattle man, right? So, that's right. So the time, so Johnny wouldn't be wasting his time for now in the sense, I will have to go again after a year again. So Johnny got a lot of time, right? So give him to him. So maybe it will be after 2 years, 9 months, 2 years, 6 months into that 3 years visa that you can start thinking about that. It gives you some time to plan. It comes for business, it comes to do other work, other cattle center work or other vacation work, or other things. So now you just come and engage and you're back. I mean, that's excellent. And let me commend the entire government and
the fees. Every time you go, you pay the fees, right?
Yes. Because it's not refundable. It's not refundable. So due to that, that's the kind of thing. Trust me. And the first group that will benefit from that, I want to suspect my nephew Johnny. Johnny will be part of the first group that will benefit from the thing.
Johnny got his visa already. He just go to 3 years. And Johnny, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman, and thank you, Uncle Sylvester Pewee from Yale.
Look, I kept telling the folks, those of you who think we just come out here to beat up on the president, I kept telling you, find the news, and we will profile the news. If the news, there is no way you can keep a good news hidden. Now, we're talking about a good thing. I mean, we're talking about two major stuff here. We got visa, and then we are now we have re-entered the UN Tourism Commission. We've been out of there for 13 years. We are back. So at least now we can begin to speak about tourism in our country realistically. And this is what it says here. Let me just read this part. You see, the reason we are so credible is because our research is so strong that our sources can be, we can cite our sources, because when you're doing academic work, you have to have citations.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta give me the time and date and who did it. You know what that is. This is it. And it says here though, the administration also advanced the major policy reform with the enactment of the Liberian National Tourism Act, LNTA. The Act of 2025 establishing the LNTA as the central coordinating body for tourism and creative industries. Under the leadership of the Director Designate, Princess Eva Cooper, and Deputy Director General Designate for Planning, Attorney Dopoh K. Norris. One of the authorities' first priority was reinstating Liberia membership into the U.S. tourism. If the president were to call me today, I would say, in your entire administration, this is the best performing department ever. The first plan they made, the first promise they made, they kept. They said our first priority is to put us back into the midst of the United Nations, and they accomplished that. Young man, if our guests come on, don't hesitate to let us know. Cousin, go ahead. Johnny.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a good news to hear that Liberia is rubbing shoulders with people in the international community. But in as much as it is good, we will always caution and ask our leaders to do follow-up on these kind of things. Liberia has always made mark on the international scene by making good policies and good interventions, but we have not been able to benefit from those things. I give you an example. Currently, Liberia mental health program under the Cadre Center has become one of the best mental health program now in the South region. Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Great Nigeria, and even in East Africa, Uganda, they are now learning. They are coming here almost like every 2-3 months on a learning visit. Now, these guys have learned from all they are trying to implement same in their countries. Like I said in one of the meetings to my Liberian officials, I said, do not let this thing be the history of Liberia. Say, we were the first that did this, but we don't show impact. And that is known for Liberia. We tell you, OAU, we don't want to organize OAU. Where the OAU headquarters is way in Ethiopia. We were the first on the United Nations, 1940 or whatever. Where are we on the United Nations? We stay around talking about being on the Security Council after this period. And so I'm just saying, we will make these great marks, these great moves on the international scene. Let's move it. Let's keep it going. Don't let you make the hair when you sit down. You got the news. You have made the news and you sit down. No, keep moving. Get the benefits. Let the benefits come to the country, to the people of Liberia. I wonder how locals from East Africa are so much dominated. They are dominated the whole international UN system around Africa. The guys from East Africa, the guys from now in West Africa, Nigeria and Ghana. But Liberia was the founding African member of the United Nations. How much Liberians do you find in the UN system to that extent? It's just very recent, like in the last 15 years. That's why Liberians have managed their way, struggled through all of means. They find themselves playing some entry role, middle administrative role, a lot of things. So, it's a good thing for me. I've heard a lot of good things my country has done. For instance, 1960s or 1940s are coming forward. But what can we show as our benefit? Look here, Liberia, first African world best soccer player, so we are. You know what I'm saying? First African European best. First African I mean, you know, yeah, that's the European best and world best. So we make these great marks as a nation, but what is the returns? So I'm appealing to those in government now that are making all the great marks for Liberia during the regime. Let us not sit and say, yeah, we have done it. That's a no. That's just the beginning. Let's move forward and make sure Liberia is known on the scene for doing great things, not just about being member. Okay, we have gone back on the UN Tourism Council. You know, when the last time I left from the US, I met with some guys in Atlanta in Kobe County. We're discussing issues about heritage center, tourist centers. We were shocked that when we went on UNESCO website, we could not find anywhere, Liberia anywhere, as a place with heritage site. And that has made me to so much involved now that I'm working on that personally now with some colleagues around, that we make sure Liberia come to the at UNESCO on the issue of heritage site. And from my previous years of going around the country, identify several places that are relevant and important to be seen as places of heritage site. For example, in the home of my uncle here, and Pewee, you won't believe, Mr. Gayman, Yella Town, our forefather, maybe over the last 100 or 200 years, during the days of real tribal war and the war in Africa, our ancestors in that time built a wall. Today, got wall cities around. History they knew. Yella is a wall city. I'm saying this now because I'm already just today I had a meeting with a professor, a colleague of mine in the US, who we are working on lifting Yella name from Liberia to be a global place of interest. If our forefathers could build a wall in Yella town, that the whole town was surrounded with few gates to prevent themselves from attacking enemies. You know, so there are a lot of things I've learned from that place that I'll be going back there in the next 2 or 3 weeks to do more research. Right now, we are looking for an archaeologist in the US that will come and work with the Department of History at UL and Connington to move. So I'm just saying to say that to be on these things is good, but let us not just register and say, yeah, Liberia is back, but back for real and make the impact that will benefit Liberian people. That's my interest into whatever great need we made out there. Let's get a returns to our people in this country.
Pewee, I think Johnny is up to something here. We make these big pronouncements and it become individualistic. You say it was under my administration. I did this, I did that. And then you drop the ball and it does not benefit the entire populace, not for the greater good. So he is pointing out why this is a good news. We should look at what it is for the greater good of the nation, then giving credit to the foreign minister, to the chairman of the tourism board. How does it affect the entire country? How does the entire country benefit instead of these individual success stories? Pewee, how do we harness the energy here to bring home the begging for everybody? You are muted.
The way Mr. Gayman to engage with this is to get everybody involved, and whenever I agree. So we have to open up the system as to how, and the government can take the lead here, because in this drive it's the government responsibility to take the lead and drive the system. That's why we have a system in the country for government to function and perform on behalf of its citizens. So, but we can get everyone involved by setting the station where people will be allotted or given the opportunity to perform. Even the citizenry can also do their own side of things in the country. It's not, and that's why sometimes we have to slow down a little bit, take some break, and leave the politics and get involved into some realistic thing as to how the country can be structured, how we can do things rally around. Individually, we think outside the box, bring those things to bear. It should not be because of I'm part of this side and then I want them on the other side. Sometimes we have to remove those kind of thought processes. But the country is at a very critical point. We backward. We are completely backward, and it's not a good place to be in. I was just watching Representative Edwin Snow video from Abidjan. He did that video from Abidjan during the elections last week, where he was giving a pictorial view of Abidjan And yeah, that's a terrain I'm very familiar with. I've normally went there time to time and visited. Even the hotel he was in, I've been in that hotel several different times and other things. But just looking at the entire city from Plateau, looking at the area from connecting the new way this current president built, I think, 3 major modern bridges in recent history in just the time he took over as president, connecting that huge city, the different area. There's a toll route he built, major toll road he built from the airport hitting to the major side of the city, downtown Plateau and all things. So if you were to sit in that, just 45 minutes, sometimes very smooth flight, around maybe 39 minutes to 40 minutes, you need to Abidjan from Rabat International Airport. Yes. A beautiful city. It's a city, if you went to it, you live in different part of their community. It's a very huge, it's not a city like ours, right? It's very big and well developed. You got over past all those things you see across the city. You see modern structures, and they are, look at the modern one ministerial complex the man is trying to build now. Just one building going to be hosting almost 10 ministries. The building is extraordinary. So we see these things, Mr. Gayman, just not far from us. The guys are involved. If you went to Abidjan or Africos or different part, Boaké and other areas in other cities, you see young people driving 2024, 2025 vehicles. I think by next month, you see most of them in 2026 vehicles already. Those are work along with their parents. They're into this cocoa and coffee business. That's the world higher producer of cocoa, if you will. So the economy is booming. It's doing good. They got a budget of almost $35 billion now. I think they're about tapping to that. So I remember it was around the late 20-something billion. I don't know if they have increased. That's what I'm saying. I think so. We still struggling to have $1 billion. So I don't know. But I think they should be close to the $30 billion budget. So I don't know where we headed. So listen.
Well, that's why sometimes Moima says Liberia is behind those that are behind.
Yes, and from the Ivorian perspective, they believe they're doing well their country because listen, not a serious note. In part of their city, the life there, they have reliable electricity, very reliable, beautiful city, very huge, different area. They get even the forget about the Macquarie area and other areas. These are the key places and other things and Cocoa Day and other things, all those lines. But go back to one of the major areas that there were Bagua is increasingly popular. I call it the Yopougon. Places like Yopougon and other areas. I don't even know how to describe the city because it's so big. But there's things that Johnny, if you went to that city or country, you see the people, they stay in Africa, but there's some huge improvement. Very good improvement in terms of that. You see the city, that it's good. It's very good. And other the Ghanaians also doing well. And if those countries are not considered that developed country, but on the level now, trust me, you cannot be from a developed society now you go in this country, you're going to condemn them. No. You cannot leave from
way behind.
Yeah, you can leave from here. Trust me, if you took a friend from here, Johnny, and you arrive in Abidjan, and you tell the person, that's my country, that's where I live. The person will respect you. Trust me, you pull Abidjan when you get from the airport out, enter the city, the person will respect you. The person will say, "You sure there's a?" The person will not think and turn. But trust me, man, take somebody from here, take them to Liberia. We don't have roads. Africa, they got freeway into they can hit. They got a lot of them. I can't even count them. People got more than 20 different freeway, different parts. That city is very huge. I can't count them. But the only thing wrong with we know the Tottenham Boulevard from that place on that side, then Bushra Island, then how they call it?
Is that even a boulevard?
Japan Freeway finish.
It's just the name. Is it a real boulevard or just the name?
Yeah, that they need a point. It's a boulevard, 2 cars going 2 cars come on the side. So that's it. Then from there you have the Bushra Island Road, then the Japan Freeway finish.
Johnny. Yeah. The president, we are hearing them about being on the UN tourism board. We who live in Florida, when you talk about tourism, we just laugh. Because in Florida alone, we have 143 million visitors. That's Florida, 2024. We brought in a total of $94.5 billion. $94.5 billion with a B. Not from government, not from, we're talking about just the tourism sector. And in Florida, in the tourism sector, they created physical job, high-paid job, 48,000 jobs. That's in tourism. So what does it take to have this kind of tourism going? Road network, the utilities we are talking about, light, internet connectivity, hotels, and security. So when these folks are talking about tourism and tourism and tourism, why we want to hail the result is a beginning. Now, if someone flew from Florida and said, you know, I'm tired of seeing all this stuff, let me go to Liberia. I want to go to the Sapo National Forest. Johnny, how do you get me to the Sapo National Forest? How?
Well, first thing, you will land an RIA. That's the only airport we got for international people.
Yeah, but we just got a report that the airport is not safe. Everything is working manual. So we talk about safety here. Do you think I want to go to a place where the airport at night doesn't even light up?
Oh no, but sorry, Mr. Gayman, you saw the president was leaving last night, man. You saw all the lights.
Yes.
Things are on, but listen, when the airport got when they did that renovation work after we did a new terminal, we have all the navigation system actually in place. It's just like the only thing that is happening, the manual thing. I think the former chair that resigned, Modu Masako Kamara, stated that things were working manually. We were talking about, I think, the jack bridge and something. But in terms of the navigational system at night, the only concern here about the airport was the stable nature of the electricity, and we needed to push that. I think this government and past government, when Brussels had that condition, they have to move over to free term. And there was this other issue that's concerned about that. But yes, all of the navigation, because that renovation was done the end of the Ellen period, and we are government inherited that, they did some work and put everything, and then we have to repave the runway. The runway is paved. We have, because it was part of that when Delta had that situation, so Delta or Air France rather, had that thing, was a pop hole thing, and then it was part of the arrangement that while they're doing the new airport, they'll have to redo the runway. So the runway is paved, the two jet runway is paved, and other things. We have all of those major lights that we're having. The control tower is doing good. There was a renovation of it, putting those modern signal equipments deployed around the airports. But the only condition we were faced with at the time that were risking the airport in terms of safety. And I think the International Aviation Authority people came in, they had to say something, and the Rawa flight zone thing that we part of is the Liberia, Guinea, Sierra Leone, and the Cote d'Ivoire, the Rawa International Flight Zone that we link with the rest of the globe also on that. That line was also good, so we have to put those instruments there. So at least if we have stable electricity, the airport is super. And as per Brussels Airlines, our research stated that yes, the airport got all of the navigation instrument that is needed to now, and that's one of the things. Or in that Brussels wouldn't still be going. Brussels don't take lightly the safety of her passenger because they are part of the Sky Alliance, right, and other things. So Brussels Airlines still learning their Air Morale still doing the same. So I mean, if we can maintain electricity constant, and that which do, and I think according to what I'm hearing, it's one of the reasons why the president is doing the quickly. He's trying to do this reform there. That's why I said I was commending him, Mr. Gayman. So yes, so the man that is heading the airport now, that I said he's coming retire, he's almost 85, 86 years old. So the president said he should retire him, man. The man preparing for retirement.
He related to Paul Biya.
Yeah, he's about to be retired, and that's a good thing.
Paul Biya nephew.
Yeah, and I'm told Modu Masako Kamara was the chair of the board and other things did resign because I think they want to bring new kind of a leadership, people that do understand it to ensure that that area is effectively managed, and so that we can have this kind of a interruption, because safety is a paramount concern to everybody, and we always jet in and jet out of that airport. So it's important that we maintain that. So yes, there's new team coming soon for the airport management. So I think the safety thing is somehow in place in terms of what those airlines saying. Brussels particularly said, hey, they still believe the airport is safe, and that's why they stay land sometimes 7:30 and pick up. Remember, Brussels town leaving the airport is around 9:30 to 9:45, between 9 to 10 p.m. and they are jetting off. So I think the airport. But yet last night when the president was taxiing out, you could see the navigation system, right. The thing from all over the place. You see that sign of confidence back on the airport. So that's our country. And as the Ghana man would say, he said, Liberia, your politics, sometimes you can take your politics, you harm yourself. I said, no, that politics are over. So if it's good, we'll say it's good. If it's bad, we'll say it's not good. So that those are still to work, and we're going to work on them.
Johnny, we are talking about, besides agriculture, right, the tourism industry alone can create a budget bigger than the national budget if it's done right. Intentionally, if it's intentionally done, the tourism can bring in more jobs and more money than anything else in the country, including the extractive industry.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, there's one spot that we talk about in Liberia, is in Grand Cape Mount County at Robertsport. Everyone have been there, I will talk about the natural feature, the beach, the wave of the sea, the Atlantic Ocean, and but here's the point: the road from Mandina to Robertsport is not in a good condition. I think sometime this year or last year that the government has signed a contract or so to construct or to build that road into a paved road from Mandina Junction all the way to Robertsport. If that is done, that's a place for tourism purpose. Then we can build some nice hotels, make it beautiful, people to move there. There are several sites in Liberia that are good for tourism, but if we don't have a proper transport system, road network, easy ride to like in the southeast, right? There's a place in the southeast. It's in Maryland, called the place Fishtown. It's not River G Fishtown. There's a Fishtown in Maryland. When you go to all the way down to downtown Myean, back there, it's a real rural village, right? And when I'm working in Maryland, this is a place that every Saturday morning, all the expatriates that were assigned in Maryland County in Harper, locals will be trooping there in their Land Cruiser Jeeps on that beach, because that beach is so natural. Like maybe it's like it's maybe about a mile away from the coastal line. The water is calm. The Atlantic Ocean calm will fall from way there and drop somewhere far. And just along the coastal line, the water is calm like a pool. And Saturdays and Sundays, that place is loaded. So the rural community who live around there, sometimes local boys will go put a roadblock and look, every car coming here must pay like $200, $300. Those are sites that people want to visit. Now you could turn Harper City into a tourist city, because all those Anderson building, the Yangtze building, then the Torgbean building, those three families structures in Harper Mabera, if you see those buildings, and you transform those buildings into hotels and turn Harper City into a tourist city.
Look at Sunset Beach in Buchanan, my hometown. Look at this picture.
That beach is already faded,
Wow, that beach is gone. That beach looking a few years, maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago. They go on that beach now, nothing straight happening there, because again, the road there, driving to go to Sunset Beach is also
that's what we are talking about when you do not preserve what you are talking about when you're talking about our assets.
Yeah, very good.
Beach, when we talk about sea erosion, right? Government's supposed to invest in this barrier that, let's say, the nuclear towns of the world, the boroughs of nuclear town, the Point Fours of the world, and these beautiful beaches. It is.
In fact, Gayman, I'm not going far, right? Gayman, let me pause a little bit. Look right in Monrovia. See how we treat the Providence Island. Right in Monrovia, in front everybody's eye. Now, I mean, I'll get you name a few places that I know based on my travel around Monrovia. I mean, around the country, right? Few places that I'm talking about, you know. But right here in Monrovia, Providence Island is known as a historical place where the settlers, the free slaves came and interacted with the indigenous people on the ground. Who think of that place? How does it look like? Who's in charge? You know, so look at that place is abandoned. And typically abandoned, I can say, right? Look, Mr. Gayman, there's a place in Bapolu called Zue Island. Right? There's a weighty forest there, but it's surrounded by two creeks or two rivers. Beautiful place, naturally beautiful. But how do you get there, my brother? No way, you can't get there. There's no road to go there. I went to the places on difficult conditions. I went there on motorcycle to as far as a place called Kumbo, way there into the forest of Liberia, where in the morning when I'm sitting in the town looking across, I see monkeys like flies, you know, like birds passing over the town, you know. And we have some natural features in the country that we can preserve and protect, but also create access to them. Create access. If they don't have access, how do we benefit? How does, you know, a place like what about Fishtown, right, in Maryland, how does that place become a site for our economic growth for Maryland County if they don't have access to go there? And the road is not good there. Even the road now is paved from Fishtown, River G, all the way down to Harper. But to leave from Harper, passing through Tomalin University ground and going to that beach, it's a bad road, it's a tough road. It's not a good road. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I'm hoping that this commission that we have some of the best Liberians that will sit with them and draft systems and draft policies and concepts that will derive proposals that will bring about organizations in the world that have interest in investing in tourism sectors, in the tourism grounds or places in Liberia. Then we can move, because if we're depending on our government to draft budget and allocate funding for that commission to work, that's zero. All our government agencies' budget is basically our salary. Most of the government agencies' budget do not support their operations or their programming or their activities. It's all about salary. So you made a budget, 95% go to salary or 80% go to salary. And how does the Ministry of Internal Affairs affect the operations? How does the Tourism Commission affect operations when they don't have funding to get involved in kind of things? So I think, like I said, that was from the beginning. It's a great thing we did to be on the UN Tourism Board. But how do we benefit? What are we going to harness from there? What's our returns if our system does not have support to them? So they have to try on their own now. Now that they are at the UN, find some proposal guides, some books, some good ideas, and see how they can sell their ideas out to donors or to friends that will come and support their activities. But depending on our government budget, I'm afraid we may not succeed in having those kind of programs implemented because we don't have enough. Before our guys and the Kehleboe get enough to eat, when will we get someone to do programming down the line?
Thank you. now let's go to this. Is a great segue into our next segment, right? When we talk about growing our national budget, it has to do with concessionaires. It has to do with how we extract our natural resources and how we source them and what we get in return. So two lawmakers have come together to see something. They say we have been down this route before. We've seen this movie before. We know how it ended. Ex-Speaker Kofa and Representability won against the controversial Atlas Oranto's ordeal in the letter to the lawmakers. And it says that a storm is brewing in the corridors of the Liberian legislature as two prominent lawmakers, J. Fonati Kofa and Representative Musa Hassan Bility, have raised alarm over what they describe as a corrupt and dangerous oil agreement between the government of Liberia and Atlas Oranto Petroleum, calling for an immediate rejection. In a strongly worded communication addressed to the chairpersons of the committees on hydrocarbon, J.P. Jala, Sam P. Jala, Investment and Concession, Fode Famule, and Judiciary Johnson Williams. The two lawmakers urged their colleagues to return the deal to executive branch, citing a troubling history of corruption, lack of transparency, and the company's inability to fulfill its controversial obligation. Few moments in our sojourn as legislators will require us to stand up vigorously for the future of our country and the judgment of history. We are afraid one of these times is now. The letter read. Speaker Kofa and Ms. Honorable Ability reminded their colleagues that Oranto Petroleum, a Nigerian-owned company, was previously granted 3 oil blocks, LB11, LB12, and LB14, 2007, under controversial circumstances, according to the report by ProPublica, Global Witness, and the Forbes magazine. The transaction violated the United States Corrupt Practices Act, FCPA, and was marred by bribery and fraud. Oranto allegedly made over $150 million after flipping the oil block to Chevron through a straw man, the Canadian Overseas Petroleum Ltd., without drilling a single well or making any tangible investment in Liberia. If it looks like corruption, and it quacks like corruption, and smells like corruption, it must be corruption, the lawmakers wrote, suggesting that any renewed agreement with Oranto raises serious ethical and legal concern. So, Chief, you and I were talking about, you just mentioned how do we grow our economy so it just doesn't go to salaries, but they have something for operation. These people are saying this particular company was here and duped us. They are back with the same scam, bribe the people for signing bonus or bonuses, and once they sign to it, they are out of here. They get the oil block, they buy it for 150 million or 10 million, 200,000, then they flip it and they leave. Now he's back. Your take on this?
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. And this is where, again, we say we have to set standards for our country, for our leadership. Those standards that will enhance better governance, advancement of our people's living condition. So if your standard for investment is discussing just $1 million, then you're not ready for standard in this country for development of the country. If we elevate our standard, when we come to investment for people to come invest here based on the sector, and we're discussing even $1 or $2 billion, then we say, okay, fine, this is something that we can look into. So, yeah, I understand Mr. Ability and Mr. Kofa, they are raising ABRA or raising concerns because of this company's previous history here, going through. And I want to believe that the National Bureau of Concession and other government agencies, like even the PPCC, should have the capacity to do due diligence and do background check on every and all investment that will come to this country. Do background check. So I don't know whether the executive branch, allow those agencies to conduct their due diligence on this group and come up with finding that this group is competent, this group has the capacity, this group fits the qualities that we want for Liberia as a country to have someone to come and invest here, And if they didn't do that, I'm hoping that since the two honorable men from the Liberian House of Representatives has raised a concern, I think that the secretary should take it in faith, go back in good faith, go back and review it and see the concern they are raising, how they can be mitigated. If the concerns are genuine and we all mean well for Liberia, then we should get disengaged from that kind of arrangement or contract. I mean, the bottom line here is that everyone that wants to deal Liberia, I believe, have very good intent for Liberia. That's my belief. So if the executive branch send out this bill and two lawmakers have an issue, and I think the executive should look at it again and let the Commission on Concession and other commissions that are involved with these kind of matters, do all the background check and make sure we are okay. Even so that our counterparts, we have our major counterpart is the U.S. U.S. have agencies that can do background check on companies, on concessions to find out where they come from, where they're not going to clean dirty money in this country. You understand? So these are things that we should take seriously, and we should not see it because it is Ability and Kofa who are not part of the ruling establishment, but we see it in good faith to do background check and make sure the guys that we want to deal with are clean and have the capacity to do what we think they can do for Liberia and give us opportunity to improve our economy. So that's all I can say towards this, because there's not much about politics. I think if Belete and Kofa concerns are completely outside of politics, they are doing well. And I really hope they are not rejecting this based on political ground or political reason. I'm hoping that they are doing this argument based on pure governance, pure rule of law, pure love and concern for the country, and to have a good standard for investment in this country.
Sir, you guys are the young folk. This is your future. Let's talk about what we are talking about, the oil. After we're done with the oil, the next thing we're going to go to is the National Port Authority fraud allegation, and this story is not going away. But let's discuss what Honorable Musa Ability and Honorable Fonati Kofa are saying here. That in 2007, the same movie was played, and like the young people, you got your future was mortgaged, and we got nothing, and they are back with the same game plan, same 11 players, same goalkeeper, and then they are saying we are bringing our own referees, and this time, Fonati Kofa and Honorable Ability are saying no way, you cannot bring the ball, the players, and your own referee too. We're not going to allow this to happen. The last time it happened, the referee called penalty everywhere. You're one and left. We're not going to allow this to happen. Your take on what's going on the ground. What are you reading in the paper? What are the people saying on the streets?
So many controversial statements are coming from Liberians about this particular deal. They both lawmakers perform great debate if it level of their colleagues to support it or not. But again, many Liberians are reading between the lines that most of the lawmakers will pull up debate of such if they are not benefiting from said deal. You know, our lawmakers here, how should I term them? They only speak out if things that are not going their way, like it was planned. But if honorability and recovery is being very true to themselves, well for the Liberian people, kudos to them, and we appreciate them for said debate, and hoping they can continue pushing it. But if it go either way, probably they are pushing out said debate because their interests won't be met if the deal be signed. You know, the House of Legislature is work on committee and interest. So if maybe they are not seeing their own interest into it. Remember, Belede, Honorable Musa Belede is also involved into oil and gas sale. So and he also trying, maybe he might be trying to push his own issue or case differently. But all I can say is that if they are pushing it for the better interest of us in this country, especially we the young people in our future, I want to say let them continue in the positive faith.
Thank you. Let me welcome Mr. Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Jerome. I appreciate it. Great to be on as always. Hello to Sylvester, Johnny, and the rest of the crew. Great to be on. Thank you.
Let me go to Myean real quick. 2 minutes. Myean, let me get your side of the story. We are talking about everything should be data driven, should be fact based. Honorable Fonati Kofa and Honorable Musa Ability they are presenting facts. The same company was here 2007. They did purchase an oil block under suspicion. They flipped it without doing anything. They got huge sum of money, left the country. They are back. So Fonanti Kofa and Honorable Ability has all the record on them. These are facts. Your take. What are you hearing on the ground? What are the people saying?
Okay, so Mr. Gamer, I'd just like to make my input short there. So on this issue, from the day this issue was raised in the House of Representatives, others saw it to be a political influence where other lawmakers were chanting from the back why former Speaker Fonanti Kofa did not raise this issue when he was Speaker in the House, but rather he allowed this entire issue to finish where he's not Speaker no longer, and then that's the time he wants to raise this issue. While others are saying that this issue about signing another contract with this same company is something that Liberians have to, most especially the legislators, they have to view their entire agreement to come up with whatever plans they will be able to suggest on. I think someone okay to come out with whatever they will come out to be able to be in the favor of the Liberian people, because if you come up to agree to certain company to build up a roof in the country, that should be based upon the entire legislature where they will be able to agree upon, because whatever they agrees upon, it means that the entire country agree upon it. So they should not be able to agree upon certain thing and then the others are not certified. So we still are waiting to see whether there's no political influence like we've been hearing from the day it started up to of the present, where other lawmakers were throwing jabs at the former speaker and others. But we wait to see what's the outcome of it, Mr. Gayman.
Let me go to Robert Garguah. Garguah, some are saying, well, he was speaker and he didn't bring this up. Now he's not speaker. Why is he bringing it up? Does it matter where he stands when he brings out facts, when he present data, when he present the document that these people were here 2007 and this particular group bought an oil block? They promised to develop it, and the oil was supposed to develop and help the Liberian people. They never drilled, never. They flipped it, and they got a lot of money, and they are back. And they are saying these people should not be allowed to enter our space. Your take on the debate?
Well, I think for one, I think those who are questioning why the issue was not raised during his tenure as speaker, I think they have a valid point, right? Because if it was something one could argue close to his heart, then he would have raised the issue. Uh, but uh, does that take away the seriousness of his of the issues being raised, regardless, whether or not it was raised when he was speaker? I don't think it does. And so, you know, I think he's making a great point. Um, these guys were involved initially, and they did not follow through with their promises. And they're back. We sold those blocks for cheap to them, and they went and they flip it and they made money, and so they're coming back to acquire another, a few more blocks for the cheap and possibly flip it. Listen, from a business perspective, I don't blame these guys. I don't blame them at all. And to be honest with you, I don't care whether or not they are in our space. What I care about is the kind of business deals that we're making on behalf of the Liberian people. And the fact that these deals were allowed to be made at the cheap, and that these business folks were able to go and do a better business deals, tells you that the folks that we have at the table just don't have what it takes to negotiate on behalf of the country. What it also says is they are not interested in the future of Liberia. They're interested in their pockets.
A lot of these deals went through because those at the table negotiating got some brown envelope. That's the reason why these guys were able to get it for the cheap. It just didn't happen because, you know, we're selling blocks at $10 million or $12 million or whatever the amount is. A lot of these guys got money. A lot of them got money from these cheap negotiations. So I won't blame these guys for trying their luck. They tried the first time and they won, and they're coming back. They're business folks, right? And so if we allow them to continue to take advantage of our weaknesses, then they would. I don't blame them. They let them try their luck. But I think for Nati Kofa raised a salient point, and I think it's something that needs to be debated. I think those who have been elected, those who Liberians have entrusted to negotiate on our behalf, I think they should do the right thing. But I'll close on this note. Whatever they do, I think the Liberian people and those who might frown on this and those who don't like it, I think this is another opportunity for them to reflect, to have a self-reflection and ask themselves, have we elected or have we entrusted the right minds to represent the interests of Liberia, the interests of our children, the interests of our future? And if they don't think that they have an opportunity in 2029 to make amends, on their own behalf. But knowing our record, knowing our history, we complain about bad leadership, and we replace one bad leader with the next bad leader, and then we complain about the same results. It doesn't work that way. And I'm glad these people are performing at the level at which they are performing, so Liberians can understand elections have consequences, and the decisions we make at the ballot box have consequences in our personal lives.
Excellent, excellent. Honorable Pewee, you can close on this. We are talking about, listen, if you are from Nigeria and you come from a bigger, sophisticated country and you know how to do business, according to ProPublica, according to Global Witness, they came to Liberia and they bribed almost everybody just for their signatures, right? They got a signature, they got a block. And the way the contract was written, it was so ambiguous that they could get out. So, hey, if I own an oil block and I want to sell it, it is my personal property. I'm a businessman. I'm here to make profit. I'm not here to develop Liberia. That is on your people. So they are coming back, and Fudanti Kofa and the representative from Nima County are saying, listen, these people were here, they didn't do us well. We should not let them back into our business space. Your take on this, though?
That is basically the point, and I would agree with anyone that would say if they came to the country and didn't do well, the country, and because if you push this kind of argument that they came to the country before they didn't do well, they did get involved in and then sinister activities that may have defrauded the Liberian people, and then we have to take into consideration that if that is possible, yeah, then that would be a room for us to not allow them back to the country. So I don't think that lawmakers or those that are trying to go look at different contracts to be ratified, the ratification of this dossier does not necessarily come from the position of someone expressing your personal frustration. But I would support any lawmaker that would say we have to stop one company or certain group of companies that have invested into the country but engaged in a lot of shenanigans that were counterproductive towards the country moving forward, then that would be a position we can now use that as an element of instrument and as an instrument that we can use to deny them re-entry into the country because their first business approach into the country was marred by a lot of things that was inimical towards the country's economic survival. Anything inimical towards the country moving forward by a business institution, because the country should have laws. And every country will say the same. If a particular company is here not doing the right thing, and that's one of the reasons why we have the Attorney General that will always pen to this agreement, Mr. Gayman. If the deal is ratified, the Ministry of Justice will have to adhere to that and represent us in keeping that. I mean, so that we as a country or nation will perform our responsibility, and they will have to. There's a contract that bound us together. So if they did those things on a serious note, and we can account that they did these things, that they didn't live up to their corporate social responsibility, because in all of these mineral agreements, if you will, there are MDLs in those agreements. I mean, if they adhere to them, did they meet this standard? Did they pay their taxes on time? Were there any attempt for tax evasion and all those things? Did they meet the minimum requirement of the labor standard, the labor law of the country? So these are the things we have to bear in mind. If they didn't meet those things, I think there's sufficient reason. So the sufficiency of the evidence is what matters. And we can use that as a springboard to deny them back into the country. But yes, I do be one person that will agree with anybody that will say we're looking for investors, but we need to have a very fair and transparent business climate. The climate is not conducive. The ambience is very important. That's what the government is of the responsibility to create the business climate in the country. You're creating the climate and the ambience. If that is given to the investors themselves or herself will have to play to the rules of the rule of engagement. So I would agree with them if they are stating this from the evidence base, not just from a personal perspective that you cannot give any justification. So I mean that would be the point that I will put. But yeah, Liberia will need to bring investors, but investor will have to live to her part of the bargain.
Great. Talking about investors, let's go to the next story here. This one, it says, expert warn National Port Authority fraud allegation threatening investors' confidence in the Republic of Liberia. It said Liberia's investment climate faces renewed scrutiny following allegations of fraud and criminal deception against the managing director of the Port Authority, Mr. Sekou Dukle. Chinese investor Yang Deng has accused the NPA boss of unlawful seizing control of his multi-million-dollar mineral water enterprise and misappropriation over $3 million intended for joint business venture. And they have on the front pages of the paper the bloody face of this man that was beaten, and he had made his case through the the embassy. Let me start with Robert. Robert, this one is big. It's not going away.
Yeah, well, Mr. Gayman,
it's not.
I would like for Robert to talk a little bit about the tourism issue that we discussed earlier. We can just remind him. Then you just slip straight into this other conversation because Robert has a lot of experience or understanding about this tourism sector.
You myself want to talk about tourism area.
It's not going away. And I think the gentleman in question, I think he's putting a lot of pressure on the government to act. And I mean I don't know the details, but it looks like from all indications, it looks like he has a valid case against this guy. And I think it's in the best interest of the government and the people of Liberia for the government to further look into this matter and establish the facts. But again, these guys have they've disclosed some very troubling information. You can see that the MD met with this Chinese businessman in question, not once but on numerous occasions. Can we mute, please? On numerous occasions. And so that there's something there, right? We just don't know the details yet. And I'm sure the government's aware. And so if this is going to be a distraction, in fact, he should have accompanied the president in Paris. But because of this ongoing issue, they decided that he will be a distraction. So if he becomes a distraction, not only to the government, not only to the president or an embarrassment, then he becomes a distraction for the development of Liberia, given our relationship with China and what the projects that that are ongoing in Liberia led by them. So I think it's in the interest of the president to act. Now this is a difficult one because Dukley, I think he has I think he remains trusted by the president. And from what I heard, it looks like he generated a lot of money in the last 2 years. And I think he's an integral part of this administration. So it remains to be seen if the president will act. But I think if it becomes a distraction, I think it's best that the president act. Either he suspended pending an investigation into this matter. Something needs to be done as quick as possible.
Let me go to Johnny. The newspaper carrying the bloody face of the Chinese when he was beaten and bloody up. The photo is being carried on the wires. So the managing director had gone on a PR spree, and he published this report. He says the police investigated him and they cleared him. And at the end of the report said, based on the investigation finding, the matter does not constitute any criminality. As such, the case is closed. Any further resolution should be sought through the Liberian legal, the judicial civil court system. This is what the police chief through the Economic Crime Division saying. So Mr. Dukley is now taking to the airwaves and he's doing his public relations, telling the folks he did nothing wrong, there was nothing criminal about it. And he's publishing this with the president being under the microscope. He's cleaning house. From all this that's coming from Washington, everywhere now, the last person he want to actually make mad are the Chinese. So the president is doing the right thing by cleaning house, and this particular story is not going away, Johnny.
Yeah, Mr. Gayman, for me to see the police report saying the case is closed, I think the person who wrote that report should not be saying the case is closed. A case is a legal matter in the court.
This is Gregory Comas.
What should be saying is the investigation is closed, because that is their specific duty to conduct investigation into criminal matters. So Eddie will say, yeah, if they are telling us that based on everything they have applied, they did not see any element of crime into the allegation or the accusation from this Chinese businessman against Mr. Dukley. Now, therefore, investigation remain closed until there can be any further lead of information that will reactivate the case, reactivate the investigation. That's how you write a police report, so that you don't try to implicate yourself as a judicial branch trying to resolve a matter. But the next part I want to say also here is that we just read a few days ago from the American government concerning the investment climate of Liberia not being too favorable. Now, these are also some of the things that are picked up by these individuals. Now, we don't know, a lot of people don't understand. These big nations don't just say things from the clear blue sky. All of their programs in your country that are doing work, they get data from there and they analyze the data and give feedback. The report told us in our report that the system, the justice system, the judiciary system are all bad to the extent that they don't create investment climate. So I'm hoping that the police investigation to this matter is not going to be an element of discussion or a data collection to also confirm again the report that came out of the U.S. government that the investment climate in Liberia is bad due to all these things with regards to justice and the judiciary system. But again, on the political side, this is the same UP government. I remember they had an issue during the Manasari time with a Korean businessman. Again, that kid did not go anywhere. This Korean businessman lost his assets and he had to leave the country. I told you guys yesterday, I interacted with an individual who indicated to me that he's a businessman, he invested here. Again, he was robbed through our same judicial system of almost $50+ million. He returned to the UK because he couldn't get justice because the system of the judicial system did not just perform their work and with due diligence. So these are things we should be careful with. Rather than enjoying your one action and having the whole nation put into a bad situation is not good. Because the Chinese now are becoming the investors coming to Liberia. If you go down to the SKD, the China Mall, the Chinese investment, and they're the one helping or giving us grant to do some of our infrastructure development work here. Example is the overhead part they are constructing now. It's a free money. They're not loaned to Liberia. It's a grant. So if these people feel that their citizens are harassed, I mean, they are treated illegally, they are treated without no legal right or anything, they may just decide to slow down like they did, because this overhead pass started since 2014, 2015. And because of our government's, in and out, international foreign policy issue, the Chinese been holding back. Now that they have come to do this thing, we got to be careful how we do business with them. I'm not saying we should allow them to do the wrong thing. Once they do the wrong thing, we hold them liable, they will get the penalties. But if they are doing the right thing and want to rob them and they take action against us, we have to make sure we go to the due diligence, and if anybody is found guilty, we deal with them according to the law.
Pewee, Pewee, we discussed this a little while back when the U.S. State Department said inconsistent and overlapping administrative policies, weak judicial system, inadequate legal protection for contract, and widespread public sector corruption. That is the business climate in Liberia. And then you hear this, where somebody bring $3 million US. He didn't go through the regular system, never went through the contractual system, decided to partner with somebody, and this happened. The story is not going well. While the president is making some waves, trying to change the image of the country, this news is chasing the government. Then one of the employee of the Port Authority just wrote that Front Page Africa is an unserious paper.
Yeah. And again, on a bit widespread public corruption. That's how I would describe it. Now, and that employee of the port is one of the protege of the current MD.
Right.
That is benefiting from his largesse. So if and that's the unfortunate aspect. You benefit from the largesse of the MD. So if you were to go back to you listen to what Seleke says, go back to the employment now of the port. You have one of our guys that normally used to just take the phone and call from Soup Factory. Kamara Fofana. He is now the director for mechanical services, they describe it. Right? He's never been a mechanic in his life. He never went to any engineering school. I don't even know he's a high school graduate. I don't even know. He's the director. He's getting almost $4,000. $4,000. Seleke named one of them also that just there, and getting also the same amount, $4,000. So the guy moved into the port, hire his I don't want to term that as, I don't know if that is tantamount to nepotism or tribalism. I don't want to term it that way, but I would not be the one to term it that way. But the consistency of this issue and beyond that, and the reason why the report is coming from the U.S. this way is coming, we have to pay some key attention. Why are we trying to ensure we leverage our foreign policy little thing that we have from that perspective? to gain some attention, we have to be mindful to not just scatter everything. You cannot be a government official at the same time trying to get indulging into business practices, but you want to do it the way. Listen, the screw they got out and he did it in the way they believe the police will close the report and all of that. I believe there's another room for him. This is different. This he can directly go and to the court. But the justification about this issue is that it is not a good sign for the president. The president will have to take some time, and those that are close to the president, so that they can go deeper into this investigation. Not only that the man treated this Chinese guy, but he brought in high-earned money. Then you want to get the guy out of the business in the name of the man didn't do this, didn't do that. No, I think the president should pay some attention to this. It's about time now that the president two things should happen. Either call for an independent presidential inquiry into this, one, or you suspend the MD and commission and ask and commission an investigation into this thing. Listen, the Chinese people are very productive kind of a people. They engage, and that's why today you see the Chinese president, the president of the free world. I think by this time they should be meeting in South Korea to discuss. These are the two powerful countries now in the world, and if the Chinese playing some major role into our country also moving forward, they build the ministerial complex that we making significant use of today. They did that. They did the extension of the Capitol building. That their engineers are the ones that are doing the executive mansion also and all those things. They played a lot of print. They built the referral hospital we have in Tapeta. They did that for us. There are a lot of things. If I was to push you back, they did the Samuel Kyan Sport complex. The only modern complex we have in our country. The Chinese are currently engaged into almost $60 million pass-over bridge that they're building for us. If the Chinese are doing that for us, and as Johnny says, not grand, absolutely. That is based on the bilateral arrangement. They're giving that to us absolutely free. So you can't bring, and this, listen, if the Chinese man is bringing $30 million, the country there's no investors in the country. You having at least 2 million, 3 million. These are things that push the country that is going to employ people that will get service in the economy. And then if you employ people, it creates more service in the economy, it creates more purchasing power by those that will be employed. So I will think this MD and the reason why I'm seeing what is unfolding, the way they're treating this matter, I suspect that he's close to the vice president. So they may be trying to bend this case against this Chinese guy. But we have to be a little mindful. The Chinese are kind of a people that have witnessed and dealt with in the way and studied. Dealt with, study them. They are people that take things serious. They don't just let things slide. And that's one of the reasons why this Passover bridge that we see today, it was not built in the Weah time. Or that the Passover bridge would have been done the Weah administration. But now we're talking about inaugurating it.
Go ahead, Len.
Yeah, it would have been done during the Weah administration. So what I would say to them is that the Chinese take things seriously in a more gradual way. And so we have to be a little mindful as to why I think this MD should open up. Now, if you want to take the company, give the man his money. But I believe sincerely, this guy brought his money. They ate the man money. Say, oh, I mean, I'm foreigner, and we'll deal with him. That bring away with something else. We got the protection. I think he has to stop that. And what we're going to do for me, we're going to make sure. Well, the president is going to return soon back soon into the country. We have to continuously talk about this thing, and I will do everything to fight. This Chinese man can speak English. We'll find. No, we'll tell him. We'll bring on the issue.
So Mr. Pewee, I'm already trying to get a Chinese man. We're working on getting him.
Okay.
Due to the everyday interview of other journalists, he's being so skeptical now to talk to us. So I'm doing everything my possible best to have his number and have him on our show too.
Yes, and we'll have him. We don't want
this
nothing
weekend.
We're not going to take nothing from him. We'll let him come on the show and explain his side of the story. Even if he don't have, I know as a guy, I know a friend that we can liaise with. That friend can serve as interpreter because he do understand and speak the Chinese language very fluently. It's a Liberian. We can link with him and we're happy explain. But I want to believe even if it's a broken kind of English, he can come and communicate that and get people. We won't draw the president's attention to this thing. It's not a good thing for his country. He's starting to do some things. If you want to move the country forward, You can have your government officials engaging into this kind of thing, Mr. Gayman.
Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. I want you to look at this heading, right? The heading on the wire, the president does not want this kind of heading. Put that picture back and let's read the heading, what it says. It says, Boyka's monk, duped foreign investor. Boyka's monk, duped foreign investors with over $3 million.
No, that is very, very outrageous. Outrageous headline.
You know,
but listen, what we are talking about here, my friend, it is when the folks are talking about the preponderance of the evidence. It is not, even if it's not there, a country that's looking for investor does not want to see headline of these traveling on the wire. That's the point.
Yeah.
Whether
Yes.
it is true or not, you do not want to have such a. Now they are linking him directly to the president, calling him the president's monk. That means he's like a close advisor, as close, as so important that he could be a spiritual advisor to the president. They have nothing in common. He's the monk.
It got to be the religious land, right? Part of the country. It's part of that war is strong.
That's
I said, Gilman, please allow me. And Pewee.
No,
Okay.
I'm coming to you. Let Dr. Peabody go ahead.
You know, good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. Firstly, we just came out for big news today, celebrating the president and the U.S. granting us a new visa kind of program for Liberia, new system. This big news is celebrating. Everybody applauded. I applaud. But the president also is in France. I witnessed such a beautiful, beautiful welcome today for the president. I mean, you're talking about all military honors, the band, and the display of the military. I mean, I felt so proud. I felt really proud.
The president says 3-2.
Yeah, look, I felt so proud to see the president being honored like that.
No, not the president, our president.
Our president.
The country's president, Republican president.
I felt so proud for President Boyka. You know, take it or leave it. This government is achieving something. The relationship out there, you know, what I saw with the U.S. today, I see more to come, and I give them credit for that. No government have done it. From President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf to no government did it. No government was to reach that level of getting America to renegotiate the visa. And I commend the government. But that's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. The fact here that a very close religious confidant, a counterpart of the president, a monk, to go this far of trying to dupe somebody. I believe the story is true. I believe it. Because this is the same NPA director that was we have story coming out that he was indicted in Minnesota for buying stolen car or maybe involved in different car saga and stuff like that. And look, I don't want to attribute this to President Boyka. You know why? Because corruption is so systemic in that country that even the layman is so corrupt. But when they do it, we attribute it to the president. What this guy did, he had influence, he had money to bribe the police for them to come out and rush with a quick finding that they didn't see no evidence and stuff like that. This is dimension. This is disgraceful. You see, because how you expect investor? Your president is making headway. Our president is making headway out there. We're getting great news, good news from Liberia. I mean, look at the honor that this guy received in France today. I don't remember when the last time we saw a Liberian president being given the military march and the band is playing, and he's been. I don't remember that. If anybody can remind me, let me know.
Yeah, President, we have received that in Paris also.
Okay, great. Okay, great. All right, but look at the honor. He's meeting with Other African leaders tomorrow, meeting with the president of France and others, they're going to discuss this. The first thing the French media are going to put the news on Liberia. How you expect your president to sit there and defend something like that? I think President Bogart needs to act right now, suspend this man, or set up a committee to investigate exactly what went wrong. Because this man is burning. This man is hurting. He come all the way from his country, trusting you to invest $3 million. You come up and take the man water coming in and do all kinds of stuff, build luxury home and build luxury businesses out of this man's money. And then not even that. You send police there that even harass the man and try to remove him from his own company. I think this, with all the good news we're having, you don't want this one bad, dirty apple of Sekou Doucouré to come and embarrass your government. Suspend him now or remove him now. That's what I would say to President Biden.
Can I chime in for a second, Mr. Gilman? Because Doc says something, and I agree with everything else he said. I think we all are on the same page with this Doucouré thing. I think the president must act, but again, I think it's going to be difficult for this president to act because I think financially, Doucouré is the president is getting a lot of money from that port, and he's strategically in that area. But when we talk about all of this good news that we're talking about, though, I'm still trying to, and excuse my arrogance, excuse my ignorance, right? But I'm still trying to wrap my head around what the president of Ghana was saying today, photographed with the president of France on official business, where they were talking about at the peace conference in Paris. I didn't see Joseph Boakai anywhere near those round tables. Hopefully tomorrow we'll see him with the president of France talking other national issues. Great, but how does his welcome ceremony, how does that translate into anything substantial for Liberia? How does the extension or the expansion of a 3-year visa, right? How does that impact the lives of Liberians when 90% of applicants are still getting denied? The people who are getting visa in Liberia right now make up of 10% of the fortunate in Liberia. They are politicians. The politicians are getting more visas than students, for that matter. The government have no student exchange programs that the Liberian students from Liberia are benefiting from. Nothing whatsoever. We have the international internship program where many countries in Africa, including Kenya, Ghana, are taking advantage of. In fact, Indonesia, we talk about tourism, where they are allowed to come to hotels, to some of the biggest hotels. I've dropped some of those plans for them. These kids are coming for 12 months, whether it's culinary, is F&B management, is rooms operation, housekeeping, corporate. They're utilizing these things, but we are celebrating an extension for 3 years instead of 1 year when these extensions only benefit the folks who are part of the problem in Liberia. I would celebrate an increase in applicants' acceptance with the visa. These folks are massively getting denied, Dr. Peabody, at the embassy. What are we going to do with ensuring that Liberians can go to the embassy, apply for visa, and actually get the visa? They're not even getting the visa. They got the
I can give you an
extension.
example.
Last point I want to make. No, let me learn real quick. One last point I want to make is when you talk about no government have achieved this, no government have achieved that, you could be right. I just want to mention this though. No government has negotiated and agreed to accepting a deportee that from all indication poses a national security threat to America, to Liberia, in exchange of a 3-year visa expansion that does not benefit 90% of the Liberian people. I don't think this is good news. I think this is political chaos. I think this is political suicide. I think it's at the detriment of our security. And if we're going to make these kinds of deals only for us to make headlines or great news, I think we're missing a bigger picture. I don't see this as great news at all.
Give me 1 minute.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Let me just say something to my brother Robert. Robert talked about it's only benefiting government official. Other people. My nephew just got a visa just last week to come to the U.S. He's not into government. He's not into making big money. He went to the embassy and shared with them why he was coming, and they validated him, saying the fact, did the background check, and granted him visa. Not everybody would get
He's
visa.
1% of the populace, Tomalin.
Well, I'm just
90%.
you said that.
I'm saying 90%.
My brother Robert.
He's 1% of that group, man.
I'm not talking about the percentage here. I'm talking about
no. What I'm saying is, Ghana has 40%, for instance. 40 to 50% of Ghanaians who apply for visa, they get it.
Can you give
in
me
Liberia, 90% who apply don't get it. So how does it benefit us?
You tell her how to get a chance to complete my
I'm sorry, Doc. Go ahead, management. Go ahead.
So my nephew got there. He maybe 1% or what, but he went there. Look, most of the reasons sometimes our people are denied visa. One, they don't prep before they go for the interview. They don't provide the right information. You're so anxious. You're so worried about being denied a visa. You go there. They ask you one question. You're deviating and saying all kinds of things. I think to get, you know what I need to do one day? I'm going to go to Liberia and do a class. How to prep people, how to obtain UF visa, how to obtain student visa. A long time ago, the U.S. Embassy used to have prep. For students who want to study in America, you go there. They will show you all the school. They will talk about it and prep them. Secondly, you know, we did not like it, but the news we got today, there are a lot of Liberian children that come to America on different fellow programs. The Nelson Mandela Fellow Program, or if you go to the U.S. Embassy website, there are over 20-30 Liberian students that come to America every year. They even do a profile of these children that are coming to the U.S. and where they're going, where they're going to be based, or where they're going to be studying, or what project they're going to be involved in. It is there. Go to the U.S. Embassy and see that. The news may not sound as great, but I think this is a significant achievement. What I believe in, if the government, I'm not a supporter of the United Party. I oppose them sometimes. But one of the things I do when someone, and my dad taught me this, he said, when someone does something good for you, it's always good to show an act of gratitude. And that's what I'm showing to President Boyka. I'm not a fan of the United Party government, but I think they have done something exceptionally well, and I commend them. Even if I disagree with them, I still feel that the news today is a significant achievement, and we're going to give them kudos. Thank you, sir.
I don't want us to set this tone. I don't want, please give me 30 seconds. I'm sorry. I don't want us to set this tone. I respect your position. I just respectfully disagree with it, and I don't think we should all agree to the same thing. But I don't want us to set this tone as if I don't want to commend this government when they do well. I want this government to do well, and I will commend this government when it does well. What I'm saying is, I think we set the bar too low when decisions are made. For instance, right? There's another news that came up today, and they don't want to hear my opinion on that. Oh, it's a great news. They have awakened the giant about Liberia being admitted membership into the UN tourism membership after 13 years. But when you get into the details, when you get into what truly matters when it comes to how do we start putting in place to uplift the tourism sector, we don't have that. So all of these news are coming in. They're good. But how does it benefit Liberia? And the Liberian people,
issue today.
the programs you talk about, right? Those are American programs. Where are the Liberian national programs for students when it comes to college exchanges, when it comes to internships that other countries are doing? That's what I'm saying. So the visa thing is good, but it's only good.
I can give you proof of many of them.
It's only good in my perspective when you have at least 35% of Liberians who go to the embassy, apply for visa, are given that visa. Right now, the deny rate is extremely high. And if that continues to stay high, this does not benefit the regular Liberian people. That's my opinion.
Well, how many Liberians that overstay the visa?
But why are they overstaying the visa? Because
Liberia is one of the top 10 countries that overstays visa.
Right? Because Liberia has failed to provide for them in Liberia what they're seeking in America. That's a part of the reason too. So again, how can we say the government has done well when they are not providing an environment in Liberia for Liberians to come here and go back?
Mr. Gayman, before you bring in Mr. Nagbe quickly.
Let me work on Mr. Nagbe. Mr. Nagbe, welcome here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you very much. Good to be with you all. I had a little work engagement, but I'm glad to be joining you. Let me welcome our audience as well. Please do share the show. I'll give Sylvester a minute or two to come in, and then I'll go.
Thank you. Let me just say this.
Come on, close.
And
I'm gonna do Russia. Let me make it close.
There are a lot of things that are unfolding in terms of this whole thing about visa and all thing, and we don't attribute everything. We attribute them to government. Sometimes government this, government that. No, it's not government. Government official got a pattern of receiving visa, and so that we have a category of visa. And again, these are not things that we'll be debating. This when we debating, some people will start saying, "Oh, well, we have to be researching before we debate these things." So government official will get an A1, A2 visa. This is our category of what visa will go for. The visa the American people talk about today is the B1, B2 visa, the tourist business visa. So when we come out and say government or government officials, whenever they're doing government business, that is from the bilateral perspective. We do a note verbal that we'll send to the embassy and say, okay, our official government coming to perform tax, and they will come on certain category of visa. But this visa, we basically speaking to is the B1 and B2 business and tourist visa and all of things. So they're going to be 3 years. This is Liberia. Even in recent days, there are people that have just received 3 months. Folks receive the West are part of recent years for many, many decades is 10 days even. So to see the country move to that level and the visa line move from 12 months to 36 months, it's an extremely big deal for at least to get a U.S. visa for that protracted period of time. It's a big deal, extremely one. But the other side of it, if that government to government, it's the other category of it. They will go and do that. So, but the B1 and everywhere in the world, they will tell you the U.S. visa thing is a privilege to receive. It's not a right. So it's not a right. It's not only in Liberia that they do deny. They deny everywhere. Is it a right? So they do have conditions. Those conditionalities set is that you have to prove to the counselor that you have some level of deep sense of ties with your country, and that deep sense of ties that you have to prove with the country is to have property in the country before you get a visa. That's on the condition they gave. So listen, this is not Peabody. This is not something that we should debate. For me, I don't like to debate these things. If the whole issue about what unfolding in the country, so have people get visa, have people don't get visa. The Liberian government have been having the student exchange program for a very long time. The student exchange program was launched even before the 80s.
Okay, so how effective is it?
They have been student exchange. Can I please? The student exchange program being effective for a very long time in the country now. The reason the student exchange program dropped a little bit is that you needed to prove, and again,
exactly.
Universities, you can't hold the government for that reason. It's not the government that you hold for that reason.
Why not? They create the
government will
environment.
not guarantee. Government cannot guarantee. For instance, if John Paul were to leave and say this will happen, some people come and they leave.
Yeah, but they don't have the environment.
The people, if you are given the chance, the same way. Listen, there's not only Liberia. You may have had the opportunity. You may have had the opportunity to come here years back. Doesn't mean the opportunity. It's not that they don't have the environment. Those that even have the environment, that country is doing well, they come here to do the same. It's not only Liberian. So the whole thing about the environment is not about the environment. No. There are people in Liberia that don't have nothing extra going on. Whenever they return. There are a lot of people that also return. It's not an issue of the environment. People are not coming to stay because of the environment. People are coming to stay because they want to be in America. That's the basic line. And we fail to tell people all the time. We say, oh, the environment. It's not the government, it's not the environment. The environment being there for becoming gory. The environment was there when I came to school. I went back. That was the environment. People are still coming gory. So it's not the environment. It's people wanting to come and stay in this country and across the scene, across the world, in other countries. It's, again, from their perspective, opportunistic reasons. But it's not basically the environment. No.
When we talk about the environment, I think this is important. Mr.
Yes.
President, one second, Johnny. When we talk about the environment, we're not talking about people wanting to just come and stay here.
Robert,
we're talking about people.
Robert, can you hang on real quick when we get someone on the phone? So hopefully,
okay, that's fine. Go ahead.
Nobody on the phone. I just wanted to show something dated September 27th from the U.S. Embassy, where the Charged Zoni Hope Reception celebrating U.S. exchange alumni lasting U.S. Liberian partnership. They were just Liberian students that returned just recently from the U.S. on the Mandela Fellow. 28 Liberian students had just returned since September.
Those are students
September
that
28th.
those are students. Let's be clear. Hold, stop. Those are students that are identified and vetted by the U.S. Embassy. Those are American programs. I want to be very clear, and I think we're missing the point. American programs, students that are picked by Americans, right, from these different schools. And a lot of these schools, to some extent, are private schools. They're not necessarily government-ran schools. They are vetted. The U.S. Embassy represents that program. They are vetted. They are given visa, and the U.S. is responsible for the upkeep of these students while they are in this country. So they so they know exactly where they are. They know who they're staying with. They're paying for them. It's not the same with when you compare the programs I'm talking about to the Indonesians, the Philippines, for instance. They have students exchange program that allow their students from different specific technical schools to come to this country for internship. We manage these things. The Ghanaians, the Kenyans, they have people who come here for rooms operations, hotel management, and so forth and so on. They are in the hundreds. They are here for 12 months. Some of them are given 2 years visa. They have these specific programs that are not embassy-ran programs. They are not. When I talk about the environment, I'm not talking about people coming here because they love America. People are looking for opportunities. There's over 34 Liberians that are stuck in a desert as we speak right now that were picked up from Algeria. Why do you think they went there? They went there because Liberia have failed to provide opportunity. They have failed to provide an environment.
It's not that reason. No.
One second.
It's not that reason.
Listen, man. Listen. You don't want to debate. Either you choose. You want to debate or you want to debate. 1 minute you don't want to argue, then you want to argue.
If I were debating on that, there's no sensitive reason you push here. There's nothing in that. Every program that's being managed by the embassy. The embassy manages all the programs. You already know that. Then you say not the embassy.
That is not true. Program.
So let me tell you, you don't even understand the way they function. The embassy will intercede on everything.
Let me land.
You don't even know that. It's
let me land. Sylvester, you don't know that. Sylvester, you do not. Just because you work in Liberian government does not mean you have the monopoly of knowledge.
I'm not government. I'm saying that I'm not in government again. I'm saying that in my capacity.
Embassy programs are different from government-run programs where students are able, based on the proper processes, are able to go and get visa based on what government has proved the purpose for which they're going for. It's different when embassies and American programs go to schools and select students for specific reasons and say, you know what, go to this university, go to that university for 3 years and 4 years. They pay for these students' fees. They negotiate with these universities. They are not ran by the Liberian government. That's the point that I'm making. What programs do you have in Liberia? Students exchange program. We're in your top university in Liberia directly through these schools and supported by the government. You have none. So when we talk about Liberians leaving Liberia and when we return, don't compare yourself with them. You have better opportunities. A lot of the folks who are leaving Liberia and are denied, they cannot prove that they even make $1,000 a month. One of my best friends who was supposed to stay in my wedding, I went to Liberia and went to the embassy to see how best he would come to the U.S. You know why he was denied? He was denied because, according to them, right, he did not make $5,000 on a monthly basis. He was also denied because he had never traveled outside of Liberia, with the exception of Ghana and Kenya. And even though I stood as someone who will ensure he returned, they deny him that. How many Liberians have the means? How many Liberians have the means to prove all of what they have to prove to get those visas? In Ghana, the acceptance rate in Ghana is 45%. What's the acceptance rate in Liberia?
Let me ask you, what does it require?
I'm talking about government refusal to
Mr.
create
Gayman,
environment where Liberians
The gentleman,
come to America
can I
on
close for
tourist
them?
visa
yeah,
and
Mr. Nagbe
return
speak.
to Liberia.
I'll rest on it. Mr. Nagbe, go ahead.
Okay. Well, Nagbe, before you can let Johnny close because it's too late over there. They break into a car now. Go ahead before you can.
But I'm angry with Johnny. He been here the whole time. As soon as I got here, then he wants to close. He didn't know.
Yeah,
Nagbe, sorry, Nagbe. But anyway, look.
You know everything about Liberia.
Anyway, no, Mr. Gilman and my brothers on the show. It's a shame to celebrate. I know that your citizens, or let me make it simple, your children should be happy to run away from your home to go to somebody else's home to stay, or to go look for a better life to live.
Thank you.
So, like I hear my brother saying in other countries, if you see that there's certain rates in some countries is 50-60%, that means the embassy knows that the depot system in their country is giving them, they have better opportunities, so they're not going to run away from the country. But because our poverty level is so high,
we're not talking about that, Johnny.
No, let me end my point I'm making, please.
Why they deny?
I think you're jumping the gun. We're not talking
that's
about
true. Johnny is speaking truth. That's true. Why are they denying? Because a lot of them were not.
Johnny going to rest?
Let Johnny talk.
Johnny is absolutely right.
Johnny himself come back and talk to America.
Peabody, Johnny go on. So he's just saying things you want to say. Hey, continue. Hey, go ahead.
Johnny can come and go. That's why he's saying that.
Listen, you're talking your let
go ahead. Let him land.
You're talking your let
Pewee thinks he's the foreign minister. That's what you think.
No.
So
I'm your foreign minister.
No, you can't be my foreign minister because you don't have the
okay,
merit to be my foreign minister.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, listen.
You don't have
Johnny is on the floor, please. Go ahead, Johnny.
Gentlemen, there are certain factors.
Foreign minister, not my Liberia foreign minister. That's as much as you can
there are certain criteria and standards these embassies apply. Do you know?
Closing argument,
Robert, man, come on now.
Do you guys know that Nigeria gets 5 years from the US? Nigeria gets 5 years. So the point I want to make to us here is, look, we should not be celebrating because America say you got 3 years to come, and it just shows our standard in this country that is so low that we are so celebrating this thing. Look, if we have better standards here, better living conditions here, you will see that they will accept us, and will not be free for America to that extent compared to other countries. They're not very free for it. So let me say this. Yes, those who want to go to America, you can apply. If you stay, even though they get 3 years, they will still be deniers.
Absolutely.
They will still be deniers because the criteria will not change.
They'll still be deniers.
Of course. So then why? So what's celebration about?
Exactly.
So what's celebration about? So gentlemen, thank you so much. Let me say thank you for beginning the show. I have the rest tomorrow with you guys. Thank you.
Good night.
But you see, Johnny is perfect.
Yeah. Number go ahead. I'll come in. When you say something, go ahead.
You're giving us a chance.
That's what I'm saying, man.
We set the standard so low.
Listen, you're giving us a chance. Johnny, go to sleep. Go check on your car before they break into the car again.
Exactly. So I called him earlier. I wanted to speak when you guys were talking about, the oil deal, and so I know you already moved on, but I'll just quickly. I just wanted to remind our people the last time around that the Oranto group were here was 2007, where they came, paid virtually nothing, and walked away with over $150 million. Well, who was in the mansion at the time? It was the UP government that was in the mansion. But I'm telling you, this current president was the vice president. So it is no coincidence that this group is coming back again when they know exactly who is in the mansion again. And so they're back, to hit the jackpot again and walk away with millions. So I just wanted to point that out so that it is not lost on our people. It is because of this government and his buddy that just left office that got our people where they are for over 20 years. These two parties have used our people as a punching bag and have enriched themselves. And so we are sounding to our people. They don't have to keep taking it. It's not necessary. They need to find another alternative. There is an option. Coming back to this visa thing, I was looking up when Raul was talking. Liberia visa rejection rate almost 80%.
78.
Yeah.
78.19. Thank you for mentioning that.
Exactly. So it's been more than, and that is too high. And why? Because most of our people, when they come, they don't go back. Why don't they go back? Because the country is too hard.
Thank you.
You know,
I
was driving, and Jerome was talking about the investment climate, the perception now of the international community. But these are the things that are supposed to come to the country to bring relief to our people. But if the investors don't feel comfortable coming into your country, they will not come. When the investors don't come, our people don't work. When they don't work, the bank accounts are flat. That is just as simple as that. So should we be celebrating right now that they're renewing this thing? You know what? But how many people are going to benefit? It doesn't matter how many years they open it, how many people are going to benefit from that.
Thank
Robert
you,
just
my
gave an
brother.
example
Thank
of
you.
his friend who is employed. I have several examples of my friend. When I was in
Your
Liberia,
son have benefited though. Your son benefited. I benefited. Sylvester benefited. Gayman.
But you are
Everybody
part of that
benefited from
10%. You are part of that 10%, Doc. We're talking about a massive folks.
All the others benefited from the American visa program.
Yeah, but we want more.
No,
They gotta increase. What you are part of that good 10%.
Nah, we got a call on. I want to make a point. 1 minute quick. I'm coming to you. I'm coming back. Your name and where you calling from?
Mr. Gayman, this is Alhaj Bewazi, calling you from South Korea.
Go ahead.
Let me say, good evening. I don't know, it's evening time. It's evening time in the US. Good morning here to Greek Korea. I just want to say thank to the Liberian government for one of the biggest achievements when it comes to the American visa issue. I think it's a plus for Liberians, despite the fact that many of us can go and get those visas and don't want to return home. It makes it difficult for other people to go as same as giving the 10% that we're receiving for people who are obtaining visas. But I just want to say one thing. I think every one of us here, even including me, I'm just giving my opinion. I mean, my opinion is not fact. I mean, if it is fact, I have to just provide some evidence on what I'm doing, what I'm saying, what I'm explaining here. So we should not fight each other, based on our own opinion. I think my brother Pewee he gave his own opinion based on what he knows, and my brother Robert also his game. I mean, you guys should not sit on the ring, or else one day I'm gonna schedule a boxing match in Bowman County, in Bowman County, because one from Lopa, one from Bassa. Maybe the boxing ground should be better.
You know, Bassa again for Lopa, nothing, you know that, right? Lopa will deal with Bassa in all categories.
Because we are superior. That's why.
And to end on this note,
everything.
Let the man land now.
We are more handsome. We are more educated. They know that.
Man, listen, man.
Anyway, educated. You probably list. You probably not social blog.
Yeah, the guy.
You need to listen, my man.
Go ahead. Sorry, I thought you left. Sorry, brother. Sorry.
You spoke about Fofana, who used to run the independent forum for, I don't know how they call it, at Barnaby Junction. And you know that guy very well. Of course, he's a high school graduate, and of course, he's a university graduate, but he's one of the most corrupt person I know of. And you know of because you live in Shoe Factory before, so you know him very well. So I just want to say thank you. I mean, let us respect one another's opinion. We love this show. I mean, we are getting there. Thank you very much, Mr. Gayman, for having me.
Thank you.
You said what? You said I'm part of the what?
Listen, Mr. Nagbe, I'm coming to this. I want you to address it because you were here saying Liberia's parliament ranks among the lowest in Africa. Our parliament. People wonder why we don't make good laws. Our people are corrupt. They say the pro-democracy group Neighbor Partners for Democratic Development has expressed deep disappointment over Liberia's poor ranking of 25th out of 33 in Africa countries in recent parliamentary performance assessment. Mr. Nagbe, we've been saying this. Now it's been proven by the data. We are we were tied for number one with 7 room for the lowest IQ. Then we are ranked in the 80th percentile ranking of visa denier. Then the State Department here says the reason they deny most of our visa is what it says here. It's a widespread poverty, which is an indication that they want to go anywhere other than where they are.
Thank you.
And then here we are, our lawmakers, our parliament, our house, the organs of our government is ranked one of the lowest in the world.
Yeah. And I wish they would complete the inverse proportionality, the lowest and the highest paid. They do nothing.
Yeah, that's what it says here too.
Yeah. The lowest rank and the highest paid, probably in the whole world. They do nothing. And that's why we order these people, we will expose them. We will not relent. But I was going to say quickly, what I will be celebrating is when the visa rejection rate reduces because our country is doing well. That's what I will celebrate. Should I congratulate the government just now for opening up, the probability of increasing the years people will get? No.
Absolutely not.
That is equivalent to going to dancing the street when they start painting the ministerial company.
And that's what we call in America here. I won't call in America here player hating, man.
We're not. You know what we call player hating?
We cannot see progress and commend it.
That's not progress, Doc.
Opposing everything that's opposition. That's not.
Mr. Nagbe,
you are setting the bar too low. This is not progress.
Mr. Nagbe, real quick, you just said something, and in the paper it said Liberia ranking is embarrassing, given that the country's lawmakers are among the highest paid, the best paid.
Thank you very much.
And serve some of the continent's longest term in government.
Let me pass that on to the players. Let me pass it on to the player lover, Dr. Peabody, saying I'm the player hater. But congratulations. Congratulations to the former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I'm indifferent with her on her legacy and her footprint on our political space. But today she turned 87. I think she's still very healthy and strong. I thank God for her. Congratulations to the former president on her birthday.
That was moving.
You great commending the president, but why not commend President Barker for what they achieved today?
This is nothing, man. Mr. Nagbe, don't let him.
Listen, Robert, you talk yours, let the man talk his. Dr. P, better go ahead.
Look, why not we commend President Barker? Because the president is really moving fast. I couldn't believe it. I don't support. I don't support Unity Party, but something just caught my attention. This man, it just everywhere he put his hand, they say he was going to die when you're not going to live 1 year. But this man is just moving fast. Everywhere he puts his hand, it's just achieving a lot. I commend him. Even as an opposition, I commend him for something great that he's done. He's suspending people here, he's firing people here, and that's what we want to see. And he's doing it.
But first of all, who are the people who are predicting the man death? I thought that one of your closest associates. I said that was not.
Pewee, your cousin said the woman was going to be dead in 3 months. And we're going 3 years old, and some young people don't die.
And then my cousin came by and said the woman is the best man ever in the world.
Yeah,
thank you.
He rose from the dead.
Yeah, so but again, but that's part of the political shenanigans sometimes, and you expect these things in politics. Folks will move here, twist, come back, run around. It's the politics. I wouldn't do that. Trust me. The day I attack someone that way, I can never come and associate with you in politics. And I wouldn't really do that. I think, and I will pray to God never to endorse into those things. There's certain red line you don't cross. If you cross it, even if you are to, there's some politicians that you deal with in that way. You try, you see what big risk you taking there, because somebody can just say they're picking already. They can poison you before you know one morning you can wake up. But the aspect of the reason why we commend, and it's not the issue that we come to we push everything, but the reason why we commend these things in a country where nothing has been changed and looking good, and that's where and again we like Madam Chancellor said this before, and the same thing is coming. This Liberian politics, and they said, even Swoon and I were in a conversation today that even there are some Liberians in this place when they hear about, when they're thinking about somebody posted it out, so saying to me, somebody attacking him, he said, you think the Dopoh, they'll be coming in. There are Liberians that even get a little outraged if they hear that other people want to attempt to come or they come to stay the way they say things, you know. So Taylor said Liberians are in the condition that when you are up there and they are not part of this system, if they oppose that, or they affiliate with someone that oppose or they oppose on the other side, they think that you pull you down always. Everything that you will do, they will take it to be wrong. And the fight that we will have receiving 1 year, 3 months, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 1 month, and it's now going. We all were not, the media in Ghana ran with this thing when the Ghanaian, Mr. Gayman, you spoke of it on the show. When the Ghanaian foreign minister met with the United States, with the Deputy Secretary of State, and then they took their validated period to 5 years. The Ghanaians media celebrated all on all major platforms in Ghana and across the country. They celebrated it. They commended the president. The president put the government foreign ministry put a powerful release of commending Mr. President for this initiative just last month, September, when the Ghanaians went through this. We've been receiving the 1 year, certain time they will cast it up a few months into I think. The intent is this, to commend the government for engaging this diplomatic engagement. If you engage diplomatically, the outcome can be these things that we're saying. Now, with the visa, the denial rating, the rejection rate around 78-point-something%. With that rate and all, the country can work to move towards improving. Remember, the reason why the Bureau went through this, and no one should expect a 14-year of devastating turmoil, because I hate to call it crisis. We expect the country to begin to research from those things immediately after. It's something that takes decades. So with this line, according to the report saying around the poverty rate, and they emphasize on the issue about the return, the compliance, is resulting to that 78-point-something%. Now the point is the fact that we've now gone, and there was part of the reason the denial was also high. Now it's going to 3 years. There's a way, and also our passport validate and the passport security, because the passport security was not as guaranteed as they thought. Anyone would just go to Liberia, not a Liberian says you will get a Liberian passport. They thought that was also risky. There's some trend to have that also considered. So gradually, it's going to be a gradual thing, Mr. Gayman, Mr. Nagbe. I understand you have to come with your position and saying this and saying that, but the intent of the conversation for me I will have on this one is that if there have been some level of improvement in terms of the time period, there can also be a level of improvement in terms of, and listen, the recent climate report says some things. There are other good road for doing business in Liberia in terms of the other area. They said a lot of things are now okay, but they also, and we didn't even promote those things.
Well, Mr. Minister, I got to jump in there. Let me tell you this.
We didn't promote those things that they said.
I greatly differ with you. Look, Ghanaians have a different set of problems. We have a different set of problems.
No. You don't differ with the Ghanaians celebrated that.
Look, we cannot celebrate the same.
And you celebrated that alone because you said that it's only about 5 years. And you amplified that.
Ghanaians?
Yeah, when they announced last month.
If they're celebrating, I'll celebrate for them. But I'm saying we're not celebrating for the same reasons. If they got 5 years, what is their denial rate? 60 to 63%.
No, matter of fact, it's at 36.25.
There you go.
There
you go. So they are rejoicing because more than can come. But our
62.6%.
No, that was 2020. That was 2024. That was 20 right now. 2024. Their approval rate was 20. No, it's not. It's 59.0. They have a 59.02 approval rating now. From 2024.
Now you're going to 59 now. You just said 32. You're going to 59.
No. I said 20. That's different years.
You said 32.
Goes by year.
No, you just said 32. You just said 32, so it's 59, right?
No. Listen, my friend. In 2021,
you just said 32.
In 20, okay, let me break it down for you. In 2021, when Liberia refusal rate was almost at 89%. The Ghanaian was celebrating a 19.83% refusal rate. In 2022, it was 34.91%. In 2023, it was 63%. As of 2024, the approval 2024-2025, the approval rate is at 59.02%, almost at 60%.
Got a report. I'm looking. This directly here from the State Department. So I'm looking at here, and it's saying
look at the years because the Ghanaian do per year. Look at the year.
62.3%.
Look at the year.
Then the highest of all, Mr. Given, the highest of all this is North Korea, 100%.
No, look at there's a report that comes from the Ghanaian embassy.
Robert, you said 2024 is what? How many?
2024.
No, I'm not getting a report from Ghana Embassy. I'm getting a report from the State Department.
2024, the approval rate was 59.
Give me a report from the State Department, not from the Ghana Embassy.
It's 41%, not 51.
I mean, it's not that difference, right? It's not that different. It's still higher than Liberia.
41 and 50 is big.
No, it's still higher than Liberia, though. That's the point that I'm making.
Ghana population is way higher than Liberia.
It's not about the population.
That's the people. The point. I think the point is.
That'll be disingenuous. That would be disingenuous if we say
no, Dr. Peabody, we're not
African country go through this stigma.
We're supposed to have, we have an obligation to inform our people and break it down so they understand those who cannot. There is a cause and effect situation we're dealing with here. The reason why our rejection rate is high because most of us don't go back. But why we don't go back? Because the country is done hard for many people. Not for you and myself. You can just
Nigerian don't go back.
The Ghanaian themselves don't go back.
The don't
go back.
Maybe the economic they don't. What is the difference between the pay? Let me ask you this question.
So, but let me learn, Sylvester.
Okay, go
Let's
ahead.
celebrate. Now, when we're getting plenty here, but when we're reducing our rejection rate, it means things are getting better in the country. It means people can go and come back. That's what we should celebrate. Create that
What is 77? What's the basic salary in Accra, Ghana? So you see, I've been saying something. What's the basic salary in?
Then we got to talk about cost of living. That's not just salary. We got to talk about what the salary can buy. Don't just take the salary. Let's talk about.
Thank you.
Every African come to America, they don't go back. When you talk about hardship,
So when we want to compare, you see, this is, and this is the reason why our country are not moving forward, because we have people who think that because they work in government as assistant minister, they somehow have a monopoly on the operations, and no, it's not just Sylvester that work in government.
You know that look at house hazard.
When you have folks who've worked in government or been in certain space, they think that they understand how these things work, and we make these flimsy excuses. The very folks that we celebrate, the very mediocre stuff we celebrate, right, have been driven largely by the very people we celebrate, right? No one is saying that a 3-year visa expansion is not better than a 12-month visa expansion. What we are saying is it will be more to celebrate if we had an approval rate that was not as low as it is now. Right. That means more Liberians can take advantage of this news, this great news. But what good is a great news when you still have the masses of Liberians that have been denied entrance into this country, that have been denied visa whenever they apply? And we cannot escape the fact that most of the people who go to the embassy to apply for this tourist visa does not meet the bare minimum of the requirements. They don't meet the salary requirement. They don't meet the requirement when it comes to what they need to prove to show that they will return to Liberia. They don't meet the requirement. They do not. They don't meet the requirement. They don't even meet the spending requirement when they apply to come for tourists. They don't meet the requirement because they cannot show a bank statement that reflect what the Americans are looking for. And in addition to that, you have a huge number of folks who have been given visa have not returned. Let's bring it home for a second. Why do you think that Liberians who are given visa to come to this country do not return? Do you think they don't love that country? No. Do you think they just love America? They want to just be in America? No. There are people in this country who have been here. They're tired of America. I'm tired of America now. Every time I tell that the folks, they say, how can you be tired of America that we're killing ourselves to come to? People want to come to this country because of opportunities. And in Liberia, we lack that. When you compare the opportunities lacking in Ghana as opposed to Liberia, they don't match. You ask how much Ghanaians are paying. You want to compare Liberia with Ghana. In Ghana, one of the biggest brand hotels that's in Ghana, Marriott, at Kotogo International Airport, is 95% ran by Ghanaians. And they have not lost the Marriott brand because they are set with the same international standards that all of the hotels internationally have required to follow. They have not lost that. 90%. And you know how much they're making a bare minimum? They're making over $500 a month in Ghana. In Liberia, you have companies that are paying folks $150, $100, right? Poverty. When you have the government have not created...
Well, I don't know where you're getting that from.
That's not true. That's not true.
What's not true? What's not true?
500 bare minimum in Ghana?
I'm not saying. I said at the Marriott. I was very specific. I said at the Marriott Hotel. I know that because I went there to do training there with them. At the airport in Ghana, the front desk agent makes over $500 on a monthly basis in Ghana at Kotogo International Airport at the Marriott. The managers who are Ghanaians, they're not foreigners, they're not imported, they're making over $1,000 to $1,200 on a monthly basis plus bonuses. We cannot even hire chefs in Liberia. When we talk about the environment, what I'm saying is very simple. When Ghanaians apply for tourist visa to come to this country, the probability of them returning is higher because at least some of them have something to return to in Ghana. The economy is better in Ghana than Liberia. That's the same reason why Liberians leave from Ghana, Liberia to go to Ghana. So we need to fix our environment. The Liberian government have got to create an environment where Liberians don't feel like they have to leave Liberia to seek greener pastures in other countries where they don't even belong. There are many Liberians spread all across this world right now. You know why? Because of the lack of opportunities. Yes, other African countries don't have opportunities, but the rate cannot compare to Liberia. So we can celebrate a 3-year when 90% of the folks who are supposed to benefit are not benefiting from it. What good is that achievement? No sense whatsoever.
Let me share something here.
Dr. Peabody.
When you talk about some of the countries with the highest number of visa overstay, Ghana is ranked 21%.
Where's Liberia ranked? Where's Liberia ranked?
Liberia is way down. Liberia is not even yet, girl. Liberia is down. What are you talking about, Robert?
So you're telling me Ghanaians overstaying the visa money Liberians?
Of course.
And the approval rate is higher. So the approval rate is higher. So then why is the approval rating for Liberian lower than Ghana?
Go and check the statistic.
No, I'm asking you now. Why is the approval rating lower for Liberians than Ghanaians?
Can I? Okay, go ahead.
Your story are not matching.
That math don't add up. If Ghanaians are overstaying their visas, why are they getting more visa approval than Liberians who are not overstaying their visas?
The records are there, brother.
No, but that don't make sense. It does not make sense. It doesn't make sense at all.
But I'm feeling from statistics. I'm not just talking.
No, that don't make sense. If Ghanaians were overstaying their visa, the Liberian approval rate will be higher. It won't be lower.
You tell the Department of State that
that's not true. That is not true. I don't believe that.
Okay, guys, let's get to this. With all that is going on, they are now
kudos to President Bouaka.
They are putting the pressure now on the Liberian legislative body, right? The entire branch. Do you think this may help Joseph Boakai, President Boakai, clean house now that the folks are saying our legislative branch is the worst performing, and like the guy was trying to read yesterday and just couldn't read that thing. I mean, do you think the pressure is going to be on that guy? You guys been overpaid, overrated, underperforming, and you need to help this president out?
Can I ask you a question, Jerome? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Did you need that report to know that our lawmakers are ineffective?
No.
Okay. So that's the end of story for me.
Yeah, but it's good to have a data that you can make reference to, and I'm glad that
Which lawmaker you're talking about now?
they said the whole legislative branch overpay, underperform, okay, and they are corrupt.
No, but then there are some people that you should set apart, because you say everybody.
No, I think they're doing a general analysis.
What they're talking about is
the CMT chairman is part of that part.
We understand
they're
that,
looking at legislative
statistically, statistically, he has not been there for even a turn yet. Statistically,
You say everybody.
No, but
the House.
Because Chairman Billington called for the auditing of the House of Representatives. So those are people sometimes we got to look at and say, not everybody.
No, we're talking about the House, Dr. Peabody. So you wanted to analyze them individually? They can't do that.
So what they are saying, but let's look at the fact. Are they the highest pay in Africa? Yes.
No, they are not.
They
are not.
The size of our country, we are not.
No, they are not.
They just said, let's see what they start saying here. I'm not saying, hold on here. It says
so are they the highest pay and most ineffective? I think that's the point. You could have other countries that pay more, but the lawmakers are productive. So are they the highest pay and less effective or less productive? I think that's the point.
Their position is embarrassing, given that Liberia's legislative body is among the highest paid in Africa.
You just spoke English among the highest, but not the highest. I know that for a
regular. But they are the least effective.
But very embarrassing.
I think that's the point they're making. They're not saying they're not the highest, but they are least effective.
People, what I'm saying here is, statistically, if you get 103, right, and you get Musa ability alone, numerically, statistically, it's insignificant no matter what he does. That's 1 out of 103. Let's say we added, I can't even add Kofa there because Kofa was in the Mango before. Who are some of the guys there that we can look at? What's our Cyrus from Lofa County? Cyrus looks like a straight up guy.
Who's Cyrus?
Senator Cyrus.
Momo Cyrus?
Momo Cyrus.
Oh yeah, Momo Cyrus being
because he didn't come there poor. He came there with something.
He came there very
successful businessman.
Yeah.
So, like I said, they are very few and far in between. But everybody else come there to hustle. So the Cyrus of the world, the Musa ability of the world, they can't even get enough vote on their side.
No. But Jerome, I mean, what they say, one bad apple spoiled the whole bunch, right? So I mean, that's the reality. Until we consciously decide to do an overhaul of our legislature, you will continue to have, some good people amongst a whole lot of bad people. And what they always say, politics is about the numbers. So you can put the best ideas on the floor. For instance, we don't always agree, but I always love to, and this is where we give credit. We give credit where credit is due. I don't always agree with Senator Dillon, but to his credit, he has put forth a bill that will reduce lawmaker salaries. But you know what? That bill will never see the day of light because a lot of those guys don't want to see their salaries reduced, even if we're taking the money that would be saved to invest into other sector that is needed the most. They cannot stomach the idea of making $5,000 as opposed to $8,000 monthly. We spoil these guys. They're talking about purchasing cars for chief of staff when they should be talking about paying them properly. It breaks my heart when we celebrate mediocrity. It really breaks my heart. I will celebrate, but I want to see a celebration that impact the lives of the day-to-day Liberians, the folks that are struggling in Liberia. Let's talk about economic impact. That a market woman can easily go to the bank and take a $5,000 loan and reinvest that money into her business. That's not happening. If you don't have connection, same thing with the visa situation. The 10% that do qualify to get the visa, they have to be connected to a lot of different folks who have to make a lot of different recommendations. In other countries, you don't see these things. And when we talk these things, and people want to, act like they know it all. But the truth is, I can't celebrate these kinds of things because in reality, a buck of Liberians do not benefit. I had a conversation the last time, and people were talking about, do our leaders, do they really care about the future of our country? No, they don't care about the future of our country. This is the reason why deals like what we talk about with the All Blacks are going on. Because if they care about the future of the country, you will see government making deals not because they want to necessarily get the credit, because they understand that this is in the interest of the future of Liberia and not in the interest of my pockets. They are making deals under the impression and thinking about the next election. People are thinking, well, if we do this deal and it's going to take 6 years or 7 years, am I still going to be in this position of influence to be a part of the pot, to get a share of the brown envelope? This is not how you run government. This is not how patriotism works. You have to negotiate, take your time, go over all of the contracts and make sure it's in the interest of the people. We're not doing that. But when time comes, we want to celebrate visa expansion. I got multiple calls today about what do you think about the fact that Liberia just got readmitted into the UN tourism after 13 years? And my question is, how does this help uplifting the tourism sector in Liberia? How? 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 How does this actually help with what we should be focused on when it comes to laying the foundation and putting forth the kind of serious, bold ideas that will uplift the tourism sector? I can tell you right now, and I'm not bluffing. I have 3 top proposals right now. We don't need to invest millions of dollars that are reasonable, they are feasible, right? Cost effective ideas right now that will increase every single servers, every single bartender who work in any hospitality, that will increase the pay. There should be no reason why companies are paying $150 at a bare minimum to people in Liberia when they have 2-3 kids, and that money does not even amount to their school fees, right? I saw a post from Amin. He was talking about, he posted a post, and people cannot even apply to become chefs. People cannot even apply for entry level hospitality management. What are we doing? Why are we not collaborating with different government agencies to start the conversations that we're supposed to start? These are things we should celebrate. But 3-year visa, we celebrating. Diplomatic. Diplomatic. How are these diplomacy benefiting the lives of Liberian people?
Okay, Mr. Nagbe, the last one here so we can close. Sando County Senator Duncan. Senator Creighton O. Duncan said that he will sue the government of Liberia if the hummingbird deal is passed in the legislature based solely on majority votes. If the majority wins, he will sue them. I think you are level-headed, man. You make sense of this one now. How can you sue the majority for having a majority vote?
Duncan, I don't want to say he's his moonshot ideas, I don't know. But before I come to that, let me go back to Robert quickly. Look, some of the things Robert is talking about. Look, sometimes you did troubleshooting, right? Those are technology. You start with the basic. When your computer not working, the person will tell you unplug it and plug it back in, or turn it off and turn it back. You got to start with the simplest of solutions. When you're traveling to Liberia, what advertisement do you see on any of the planes? You see Gambia being advertised. You see Sierra Leone. You see all these countries. They're advertising what they provide, that they're encouraging people to go and spend money in their country. What we're seeing on the plane is Ronaldo got drinking wine on the plane with somebody else. That's why he's advertising. He's our man who's in charge of tourism or whatever it is. That's what we see. How about we start with that? So Robert is right. You have to be creative, cost-effective, spend less and gain more. If I'm sounding simplistic, that's because I think some of the solutions are just as simple as that. And Robert has been sitting here, been reeling. What is it going to take for somebody to call him up and say, Robert, what is it that you're talking about? Let's see what you got. What is it going to cost? Nothing. I don't think Robert is going to charge them. But, that's that. That's part of our problem. Senator Duncan, sometimes he thinks outside of the box. But, I worry sometimes when I listen to some of the... All right, Jerome. All right, look, I'll pass it on to Sylvester. I'm not going to say nothing.
No. Donkey is your friend. We're talking today. He's here. We're talking. The man said if the majority rule holds and majority carry for you, he will sue them. Let me go to Dr. Peabody. You don't got all the knowledge here now. Your man say in a democratic system, if the majority carry the vote, he will sue them. I don't know which school you would take that
to. The African leader who doesn't want to leave power every year today, they're going for fourth round.
Is it 11 for the last? Is it 11 for the last time? I promise me, the last time.
It's just that it's like the African leader. That's what we see all over Africa. You see Ivory Coast. You see everywhere the one being power for 4 years. 99-year-old man all want to be elected president. So
the message was sued the Liberian government on behalf of Sando County. The majority dare win this thing.
But you got a point though.
Yeah, Donkey said he was sued that a majority vote carry it. Solely on majority vote.
It's really interesting on our country.
Listen, we got to end the show. We got to end the show on a high. We got to end the show on a high. We got to be laughing going. This one here, y'all who left politics, y'all tell me now. I'm not too far, but how do you sue? Okay, Pewee, I'm going to hire you to defend. You will be Donkey lawyer now. Anything you want, we give you. You got to win this case. How do you defeat the majority? If your own people, your own people you can't even convince your own people.
No, but he still got some point, right? So from the get go, and that's the worth of looking at system, policy, bureaucracy, and the rest of that. The majority will have to operate within the confines of the law, right? And the law cannot be isolated. So he still got some point here, if you will. One can
the tyranny of the majority.
From an intellectual position, you can defend what he's. You cannot crush him out outrightly.
Okay.
And yes, what I'm saying that, and I'm bringing back for debate to do a kind of a chronological analysis of it. You go back to the stand of he's saying he can take the majority block to court. Simple as A, B, and C. The majority, and that's what I've begun today by reminding you and the audience, our followers, about the Rawa rule of the parliamentarian Rawa rule, right, of debate, if you will. If you did not satisfactorily meet the basis of the Rawa rule in parliamentarian debate, or you didn't go by the rules, so he's damn right. If you didn't go by the rules, that's when we just wanted to last today. I was looking for that on the soft line, but the high line, and you know the rest of it. If you didn't go by the real rules of engagement in terms of taking the vote, he can take it to court legally.
Yeah, but that's different. That's different from the majority win.
We're trying to look at the intellectual, the legal position of that, and then I'm coming in now.
We understand this.
Yes, so he can go to court on the basis of that and say the majority. But why you think Kofa went to court?
Don't even go there.
No, I'm trying to remind you now. Why did he went to court?
But
he was suing the majority. Why did he did that? Why he went to court? No, I want to stop there. So you see, and there were people get apprehensive, and I want to try to do these things we want to do.
A donkey can't convince if
we from the forest. We from the forest in Lofa, we are very meticulous and very scrupulous in terms of how we engage. So sometimes the debate be the other way around.
Okay, Pewee, your client. Okay, you keep say maybe.
So I'm the lawyer of that client. I can go to court.
Okay, but your client got nobody on his side. He just said he got they cheated me. But you know how you can't convince anybody on your side.
The law is on my client's side. I will tell you, the law is on our side. Those
but let me ask you guys. Let me ask you this though. Does our law provide filibuster? Can anybody filibuster?
No, there's not. Okay, now we interns, we don't really have. We only use it per the language.
Okay.
Yeah, we only apply it per the language because we want to apply the intellectual sense to it. We know the guy after the bursary in terms of that, but it does not like gerrymandering is done here and for the bursary is done here. Yeah,
Right.
they do it now. You see, there's a big debate in here. There's a
Right.
this huge level of debate. Other people are trying to move. Newsom in California is saying, "Hey, I can move to do some change." He called on the people to do a constitutional referendum to support that. The guys, the old man in Texas is saying, "Hey, no, I will do this to give a 5 seat because this person need 5 seats so they can get their chances of winning that." Our law don't provide for that. The only thing we don't really have that because we have a legislative system of government, right? And they
so then if the majority win, the only option you got is to sue them. I mean, I'm just
guys, listen.
So you can sue them actually.
It's time for us to go.
The honorable man, my own big brother and friend, Duncan is absolutely senator is absolutely correct. And trust me, I will be a lawyer. I will be a lawyer if you were to go to. But
let me say, I think sometimes, you know, serious. I think Pewee tries too hard to sound intelligent. You know, he goes out his way to try to intellectualize.
We are because probably you ourselves wouldn't need Pewee. I just simple question.
Don't interrupt me
now. Can a lawmaker go to? You see, you want Allah.
Don't let me land, my man. Let me land.
Debate, and you know we're going to be on that line.
No, let me land now.
But there's
I agree. But let me land now. I agree, my brother. But let me.
I just said simple thing. They make it go to court. Yes,
no. I think.
Then you say I want Allah know things.
No, but I think context. Matter, Pewee. I think as Jerome read, if the majority wins, obviously there are constitutional and legal process that everyone have to follow to get to a win position, right? And so, you know, he said if the majority wins, he will sue on the basis of the majority winning. He's not saying if the majority cheated and won. He's not saying if there are discrepancies. You know, he's not saying none of those things. But on the basis of the majority winning, you can't sue, you can't go to court. I mean, he has the right to do whatever he wants to do. But when you go to court, outside of just legal matters, I think you have to have some common sense as well. The majority always carry the larger part of what's happening. Of course, there are instances where the majority isn't always right. There are instances where the majority don't always follow the procedure and the legal processes. We saw that what happened with Fanatic Kofa. But you can't just simply say, you know, make this blanket statement says, if the majority wins. So if I'm listening to him on that basis, you're not going to win in a case in court if the majority wins on the basis of the majority winning. But maybe he was just joking. Also, I was thinking, maybe, you know, he has a point when it comes to what happens in the U.S. You know, the majority don't always win because, you know, on 2 occasions, Kamala Harris won. Not this election. I think Donald Trump won the popular vote as well. But there are instances where in this country where the candidate who wins the popular vote don't always win the election, right? But that's a unique, you know.
It's different, Robert. I mean, it's based on electoral college vote, right?
Right, exactly, the electoral college vote. But in Liberia, if they follow all of the processes, if they follow all of the steps, all of the constitutional requirement for the process, if they follow their own procedures, there's no legal case you can make on the basis of majority winning. So, you know, maybe you won't take them to court if the majority didn't win, right? I mean, it's just common sense. But you know, good luck to him.
Excellent. Mr. Nagbe.
Yeah, I mean, look, if the senator is implying, you remember here we were talking about the port bill. I think we remember Honorable Musa Belede came here. He was telling us that bill did not even see the daylight because they had a majority vote and they were able to railroad that kind of bill. Maybe that's what Senator Duncan is implying. If he's implying that, then I think you should hire Sylvester as his lawyer because Sylvester is defending pro bono and he will win the case.
Absolutely.
But other than that, I'm having difficulty, wrapping my head around what his case is gonna be. But,
the majority wins. That's it.
Anyway, look, good luck to him. Senator Duncan, I respect him a lot. He has the penchant for thinking outside the box, and maybe for guys like us, because we're so short-sighted, we don't see where he's driving at until, he makes it clearer to us. So maybe right now we will be the fools in the end. Maybe he will be, the smart one. Maybe that's something good he's onto. And I wish him all the luck. In any case, any attempt to stop a bad law from going into effect, I think it's a good attempt. In that way, I support this move.
I think Abraham, Mr. Number, Abraham just asked an important question. Who makes the rules? The same majority, right?
It's the same people that make the rule. Why you think it's difficult to impeach these bastards? Well, excuse my French. These vultures, But anyway, it's been a great night. I'm glad I'm back with you guys. I just wanted to announce here that the CMC we've put in place our Philadelphia and Delaware chapter. Congratulations to Ms. Gertrude Jibla, saying she's going to be our point person. She's in my region, so that's one of my official chapter we are erecting. So more or less, that's like our second chapter on continental United States, next to Minnesota. We're very proud of what we're doing. We're very happy. Again, we're not going to always get it right, but we think whenever we make a little success, we just celebrate a little victory. So congratulations to Ms. Jibla and the team. We now have a Philadelphia, Delaware chapter. We'll formally inaugurate that chapter, so I'm very pleased about that. But it's been a great show tonight. Thank you.
Great. Just before you go, there's a
close now.
Before you close, there's a room.
You just close.
I was
talking about Duncan. I didn't close. We're talking about Duncan. What are you talking about?
No,
Pewee.
There's a new.
You don't want me to close?
I don't have time if you want to
listen. There's
a news. You be closing all the time.
There's a news flash. I want you to. Pewee, there's a news flash I want you to address real quick.
I got it wrong.
It says here that the Republicans are trying to convict and deport Zarim Madani because he made conflicting remarks on his U.S. citizenship application form.
Okay, so let me speak with that. Let me speak with that, right? Let me speak with that real quickly. Then look, when you begin to do that, like bring in Henry Costa to show off your government, then you are in trouble. You understand me? They've tried everything to bring this guy down, the disparity, including you, Jerome.
If he lies on the visa, should we deport him?
Well, you know how many times Trump has lied?
I'm asking you, if he lies on the citizenship paper, should we deport him?
I'm just telling you, the Republicans right now, I think they're up against the wall. They know all of these policies.
Why don't you answer the question? If he lied on his U.S. citizenship paper, should we deport him?
Yeah, he didn't, and that's fake. And they will mock up all kinds of chicanery in the background. But Madani will be elected the mayor of New York come November.
And guess what? And we'll put that right on there. He said free transportation, free food, free childcare, free. We will see where he's gonna 2028 when the election.
You're virtually throwing the kitchen sink at him.
No, we want you to win because he will not deliver a bid. Pewee, go ahead, man.
Yeah, but back to that, the Madani situation. You have some of our compatriots from Liberia did similar thing before. They lie on their one of them is currently in jail for that. And he's going to serve the term. Eventually, probably he's going to be deported. So if that's the key, if that's part of the law, because it's a violation of it, it's perjury, lying on to federal government, if you will. So if he did that, that's a different scenario.
Yeah, if he did that, I agree with you.
If he doesn't want to weaponize the system against it, I wouldn't support that. But Mr. Nagbe, you said if the bill is like the put bill, then it's proper. You want to go to court, right? Now, so in other sense, and this is meant actually for the viewers and those that are following sometime. I know people can be dogmatic as to how they want to look at things. But the position I'm coming from is that if things is not rightly done, and I'm not changing the fixated mind. I'm changing. I'm looking at from the broader perspective and bringing to the intellectual way of looking at analysis of it. And you just stated about the Port Bill. The laws of our country is clear as to how laws are enacted. They have to be engrossed. After the engrossment of that bill, we have to go through committees. It will have to be read. So it's a system. Right. And listen, we're just talking about this in passing. The law of the country is clear as to how the law have to be engrossed. It have to go through. It will have to be read for a certain amount of time on the agenda. They have to go through that. They have to be sponsored, and those processes and vote will have to be taken. And then when it's passed by both houses, and then the chief clerk of the secretary of the Liberian Senate will do those things before it moves to the president. If the procedure leading to the passage of that law was not procedurally done, one can go to court to challenge the validity of the law. So that for that, I said that, and we continue to hear people saying if. The basic line of what the senator is trying to say, I'm pushing the argument now. It is possible, and we've seen a lot of things in the country. And again, back from the perspective of the foreign ministry, the foreign ministry is responsible. Is the last line of law that are passed in the country, right? So the foreign ministry is the one that's going to print the law into handbill before they be officially known as a law. Right. So if these things are not done, as I said, it is a room, and you know that, and I expect you to know and to even help to amplify it. It was from that position that I quickly said that yes, the senator got some point in terms of that, and we have a lot of laws in the country that have not gone through the engrossment procedure, the 3 times readings on the floor, and those procedural matters because their own rules. Rule 6.9 of the legislature, particularly from both houses, got different set of rules, but the rule call for that. And within the very rules from both houses, we have the Constitution that say the legislature shall enact a law, a rule, so that will govern them. So if the rule that you cited that will govern you, because the Constitution gave you that power, if you violated that rule also, it is not constitutional, it's illegal. So anybody can challenge that. So no one should overlook what the senator said, right? No one should overlook that. It's possible. If a lot of laws have been passed in Liberia, we are meeting Mr. Gayman, everybody on the show tonight, we are meeting proper legal procedural mechanism. A lot of laws. And if people were to move to do the challenge, do you know there are certain laws are passed and before the law is passed by both houses? The version that is passed by both houses before it's printed into him by the Minister of Foreign Affairs is changed. There was a time the Global Witness report indicated that. So it's possible. What the lawmaker is saying is that we laugh about it today because it was just impassive, not laugh. But it's a serious debate the lawmaker is raising that we have to take some time and look into. There are certain times when people want to change something in the law, they will move quick, they run to the area, go to the area and change some citation in the law so that will benefit them. Certain companies benefited that way in the country, and the Global Witness report indicated that. So he's damn right about that. If he were to go to court on that, it's not about someone trying to buy some time in his place. And again, listen, we do some research on these things and we study about them. So someone come, we have to come and talk about it. But he's correct about that, absolutely.
No, but Sylvester, I'm not disagreeing at all. What the point I'm making is, and I understand the stages, and I'll admit you're more conversant with the process than I am. But throughout the stages you are describing, what is necessary at each of those stages is the majority vote. They will always vote. And what these other people are alleging is that the rescue team has the majority on every committee. They have the capacity to railroad every law, even to the dissent of the minority. They still pass it over them.
Quickly, but I have it wrong. Quickly, but the issue about the majority of voting is not an issue. The majority can still go procedurally wrong. That's correct. The catch. That's the catch. If the majority is going, let's say somebody was not engrossed, and if somebody go past and it's not a law, it's not a law. You can go to court and challenge it, and the court will defeat it.
That's correct.
That's not the point I'm trying to push.
And that's why, for instance, if you don't have a quorum and you didn't go by, you didn't call the meeting.
Yes,
the quorum. But anyway,
Jerome,
yes, go ahead.
Listen, I'm not. Listen, all of that explanations, it just doesn't make sense. Because
Listen,
Mr. Nagbe,
your
no,
Democrat
let
in New
me
York City,
close,
we
please.
got a new team. Bye bye, little Mohammed.
Let me.
Bye bye, little Mohammed.
I gotta pick up my. I'll see you
all
go.
of that explanation does not make sense because it's not what the senator was trying to say that we are analyzing. We're analyzing what the senator said.
Okay.
And all of the basis, all of the premises that he just laid did not form part of why he will sue the majority. The basis he laid was very simple. Unless he comes back to clarify and to tell us why he would sue them, we can only analyze what he said, not what he was trying to say. And secondly, we've seen all of the procedural processes he just talked about. We saw happen in broad daylight, not what the senator was trying to say. What truly occurred went to court, and the man who was wrong did not win. So I don't see how he can just come and say, "Oh, if the majority wins, I'll take them to court." On what basis are you taking them to court? It's what we're talking about now. If he came and said, "Well, I will take them to court because they violated this process, they didn't meet this constitutional procedure," it will make sense. Let me close on this note. When individuals come here, and I will specifically mention Sylvester, when people come here and act like, they have this monopoly on intellectualism, they're gonna embarrass themselves.
Got to log back on
They're gonna
the
embarrass.
He's
They're
coming
gonna
back.
embarrass. Wait now, they're gonna embarrass themselves because we don't thrive on just intellectualism. We thrive on common sense, logic, what makes sense. Not everyone, and I continue to say, we have a lot of people in Liberia who are intelligent on paper, who think that intelligence is displayed when they use all of these big vocabularies where the subject and verb does not agree. I don't thrive on that. Those things don't impress me. What impress me are people who are professional. They speak to logic. They speak to common sense, right? And they are result oriented. They don't just talk about what they know and what they've done. No, what can you prove? What can you show? What can you implement? That's what we thrive on. So again, if the senator wants to tell us and lay his premise and lay the basis for which he's going to legally take the majority to the court, then let him do that. Other than that, you cannot just go to court because the majority have won. The majority have won because they won because more people voted for them, more people sided with that process. That's why they won. The law supports that. Lastly, let's stop this mediocre support. Visa expansion, then we'll start celebrating. This thing happened, then we'll start celebrating. The president go to Paris and was giving all of this nice welcome, then we'll start celebrating. But meanwhile, the lives of Liberian people have not changed. Meanwhile, there's a kid tonight growing up very hungry. Meanwhile, the major issue when it comes to education remains. Meanwhile, security remains. Meanwhile, the drug epidemic has not gotten better. It has worsened. Meanwhile, all of the things that truly matter do not get solved if we continue to celebrate the mediocre things. And as long as I'm on the show, I don't think I will subject myself to that. And it's been a great show. Great to see you, Mr. Nagbe. Great to see you, my bastard brother, Mr. Jerome. And we will be here. We will fiercely reject this twisted idea of people who think they've worked in government and so they know how the process works, even when logic does not support that. We'll debunk that. Thank you.
And I want to remind you, in the New York area, if you lie on your visa, you're going home.
But you know that politics, man. Why is that coming up? That politics, nothing happening.
Matter. If you lie on your visa,
but these are the same people who said Barack Obama was Kenyan.
Yeah, you know, Robert, I don't know whether you saw that Ice Kamara, I think in the middle where who they judge, they sent to jail. You saw him? The police, they took him and sent him straight to jail because he always kept his bounds. Some of them, that what we'll do to them. But it's been a great show. Madani, yeah.
Jomo Jala. Oh, man, how you doing? Have a great
I come and move back to New York to get my free housing, my free transportation, free food. Everything is free.
Everything.
Everything is free. So they will start going to New Jersey and taking your taxpayer money.
But listen, they have the ability to do that. They have massive social programs already going on. They
They
have
do.
a massive transportation sector out there. The people already paying taxes. So if you add 1% or a 0.5% on the taxes, they can fund that. They can do that. He can do that.
They are spending, they say $8 billion in food assistance monthly.
Exactly. Right.
So are you going to add on to that? Where the money going to come from?
Yeah, but there are criteria.
New York and New Jersey, they are the most overtaxed states in the country. No, yeah. It's Connecticut, New Jersey, New York, those 3 states. Now in California, they're probably off the charts.
Because we bring in the most revenue. Don't forget that.
But guess what? There are criteria. I don't think everyone's going to qualify.
Okay, guys.
I've never qualified for food stamp in the country yet. Never.
I'm moving to New York.
Welcome on the East Coast. Come on.
Oh, listen, the homes are expensive out there now. $600,000, $700,000.
The man said the housing will be free, transportation free.
That's a question mark.
Car care will be free.
That's a question mark.
Man, we are living flower
because Robert, rich guy like Jerome will pay for it. That we know how to get the money. We'll make them pay.
You see what they're doing here? They're transferring wealth from one group of people that earn it to somebody who just sat there beach bum, sipping on wine every night like Robert.
Earn it off the back of guys like myself. So we'll get it back.
Okay, guys.
All right, guys.
Good night, guys.